to the top. We won't fit it up, we won't fit it up, we won't fit it up, guys, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit it up, guys, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augusta. Let's go.
Let's go.
us all to the top. We won't fit it up, we won't fit it up, we won't fit it up lights now. We don't quit, we won't stop now. Ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit it up lights now. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
يا أهلا وسهلا والسلام عليكم ورحمة من الله تعالى وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا.
Alright, so it seems that we're kicking off with the action here. Hello guys and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Arabia Full Split. This is going to be an absolutely exciting season yet again, as we are getting ready to hop straight into the second half of the year. So we've already seen the spring season come to fruition. We've already seen those teams make it all the way up in towards that lovely PMWI. And of course we've got 3 teams that made it all the way into PMWI, now represented out on the battlefield. So I'm curious to see how all of that is going to impact the performances of the other teams. And of course I've been keeping an eye on a bit of the chat there, looking at what the teams have been doing. But yes, let's jump in. Of course, we've got a little bit of a trailer to work through. So let's get into that and we'll be right back with all the action. Alright, so first things first, we are going to get right down to business. Of course, we are going to be running through all the proceedings leading into our very first day. So, assalamu alaikum and welcome to everyone. I hope you guys are excited to be here, as excited as I am. Now, what we are going to be looking at is, of course, a few returning teams coming through from the previous season, right, from that spring split. But, of course, we've got a few neat teams that are going to be making a bit of a debut here. So we'll be taking a look at that in a short little while to see exactly who is going to be joining us out on that battlefield. But, of course, it is PMPL time, right? We are going to be running through the setup, reminding the viewers again of what the kind of run of show is, right? So how we are going to be moving through the proceedings of the day. But before we get anywhere really with it, of course, we want to hear what you guys are thinking, so be sure to let us know on social media. You can hit us up with
القنوات الخاصة في التواصل الاجتماعي.
Of course, you can reach us on all the lovely social medias right there, ensuring that everything is exactly where it needs to be. So, yeah, hit us up, Facebook, YouTube. Hopefully, you're already watching us on YouTube. And, of course, then you can let us know on TikTok as well. So, the main thing I want to hear is, what are your guys' predictions leading into this very first day? Well, we jump across and take a look at kind of the role here, right? So, we are going to be starting it off with, well, all 16 teams participating in this lovely league stage. Well, we're going to be having 16 teams out on the battlefield, of course, 20 of them in total. Each phase, each week, consisting of 5 days of action. So we have changed it up a little bit moving into the season, right? So today is day 1, tomorrow is going to be day 2, and then on Monday we will be returning with day number 3. So it's going to be that stretch from Monday to Wednesday. And of course, our ever essential point distribution here, right? That first place being with a lovely, glorious 10 points. This, of course, being the point distribution that we saw coming into the season. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, it is going to be 1 elimination that is worth a single point. So the more the teams can bring in of that, the more they are going to be able to capitalize and just keep those numbers climbing. Of course, we have seen quite a bit of a precedent being set in the previous season with a very strong performance coming through in our very first league stage. So I'm curious to see whether or not we are going to be having a repeat come through, right? Are we going to have the same teams stepping up, bringing in an absolute beast level performance, or will we have other contenders potentially rising to the occasion? And of course, we have a nice little preview sneak peek look here.
التنافس. نبدأ بمرحلة الدوري التي تستمر لمدة 3 أسابيع، 5 أيام في كل أسبوع. سيقسم 20 فريق على 5 مجموعات، وتلعب 4 مجموعات في كل مباراة. إذن هنالك 5 مباريات في كل يوم، وباتباع تنسيق راوند روبن سيلعب كل فريق 4 مباريات في اليوم. لذلك سيلعب كل فريق ما مجموعه 20 مباراة في الأسبوع لتجميع رصيده من النقاط. وبناء على جدول النتائج في الأسبوع سيلعب أفضل 12 فريق مباراة إضافية يستطيع من خلالها زيادة رصيده من النقاط في مجموع نقاط الأسبوع. سيصل أفضل 16 فريق في نهاية الأسابيع الثلاث إلى النهائي الكبير، ولكن مرحلة الدوري ستكون أيضا فرصة للفرق لربح نقاط إضافية مهمة نبدأ فيها نهائي الكبير. تكسب الفرق هذه النقاط الإضافية بناء على مراكزها في جدول الترتيب في كل أسبوع. هنالك 4 فرص لكسب النقاط الإضافية.
Alright, so I think it is worth me maybe hopefully translating what is going here, what's happening right here. So as we saw in the first bit of the graphic there, we are going to be working through 5 maps each day, and we are going to be rotating through our map selection. At the end of the week, the teams will be awarded their bonus points. We saw the breakdown from 1 to 20 all the way down. That happens across all 3 weeks, and of course the points tally up to the very end to see who's going to be making it at least for that first week over on towards that lovely Vikendi map. As we know, only a select few teams will be able to make it onto Vikendi to show us what they can bring on through. And of course, well, that is pretty much the setup that we have for PMPL, right? That is the performance, the kind of layout that we've had coming through from that previous season as well. So it is going to come down to what the teams are going to be bringing in right out of the gate, rather, moving through this first phase to show us what they can bring on in, because they are also then playing not only for their placement points, but they are playing for their share of the bonus points. So just again, at the end of each phase, phase 1, 2, and 3, the teams will be awarded bonus points based on their placement on the overall standing. That then all gets tallied up together, and then of course also the overall standing for the league stage itself is also worth some bonus points. The teams then take those bonus points, move into the finals, and that is going to determine where they start. Right, so only 16 teams will be able to make it through into the finals itself. But yeah, as we are going to be taking a look at it as well, we'll be moving into our prize pool to see what that distribution is, what the breakdown is, as well as taking a look at our calendar and, of course, our schedule. Right, so we did see the map rotation kind of there, but it is going to be changing up every single day. And, of course, moving into today, it is going to be a very balanced day, right? We are going to be having 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, as well as a little bit of that Sanhok action just jammed in between as well, right, to keep everyone on their toes and of course bring in a nice bit of a distribution. Now, speaking about the prize pool, let us take a quick look at that. As we can see it right here, of course, we can see the first place being worth $10,000. Then it trickles all the way down to 10th to 12th place, which is worth $1,500. And of course, $1,000 going for the teams placing in that 13th to 16th position. We have our MVP also then being awarded an additional $1,000, as well as the winner chicken dinners being worth a few points there as well, right? We can see also then moving through Vikendi, we have a nice additional breakdown there for some prize pool distribution. So I'll try and get a nice and decent translation on everything for those of you who don't necessarily understand what is written on the screen. And of course, once we make it up into the finals, right, the teams, well, everyone will be walking away with a share of that breakdown, right? A share of the prize pool. So within the league stage, it is worth $2,450. And of course, our teams moving in here, as you can see, a beautiful distribution of them. So we've got NASR, we've got the players there from the ARB champions, as well as CONQUEROR Iraq. We've got Vision coming through. We've got Sly Machine Quest, KR-E-SPORTS, NEXT-X-Esports, as well as the RTG Road to Glory. We got the players there from Twisted Minds, the Broody Fruities, as they called them last season, or Brute Force, as they are more commonly known by. And of course, we saw the ONYX Ravens and the rest. So a beautiful lineup coming through with our teams here. Now, we also did see a few new names on the list there. So we have NEXT-X coming through. They, of course, taking up the slot there of the players from the only one. We also then had the players coming through from GANGSTERS-E-SPORTS, which replaced Crash Gaming. We had W1D1 coming in the position of, well, Gangsters. So it seems like there's been a little bit of a move back and forth. Then, of course, we also have the players from KR-E-SPORTS coming in the position of where we saw the players from the KSA Legends previously. So there is going to be a few changes here, but I'm curious to see how that is all going to translate on through. And of course, well, now would be the time to drop your predictions, as we are going to be taking a quick little look here as well at a bit of a breakdown. I believe this is coming through for the players from GEEKAY. So let's enjoy.
هذا الفريق الذي أثبت أن العظمة لا تأتي في ليلة وضحاها، بل تتطلب التناغم الذي صقل عبر الزمن. من موسم ربيع 2022 تمسك الفريق ببعضه البعض كزبدة الفول السوداني، وكانت عيونهم نحو النجوم. وبحلول موسم الخريف في عام 2022 كانوا قد أحدثوا ثورة، ولكن هذه هي البداية فقط.
صارت والنوك الاول الثاني دي بي اس، هي خلاص لكن وين غايث والمركز الاول.
مع بداية موسم الربيع بعام 2023 انطلق الفريق بأروع صورة ممكنة. كانت المنافسة شديدة جدا في بطولة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، لدرجة كان الكل يبحث عن التقاط الأنفاس في آخر الجولات، ولكن حافظ الجيكي بيد ثابتة على الكأس وأمسك بالكأس بفرق نقطة واحدة. وهنا نأتي لنجوم المشهد غيث وراغنار، هذان الاستثنائيان. حصل راغنار على أعلى عدد من الإقصاءات، وغيث كان الرجل العبقري تكتيكيا. ورغم أن هذا الفريق عانى بعض الشيء في بطولة PMWI، ولكن هذا لن يؤثر على عشاق الجيكي، فهم يعرفون فريقهم في الميدان كما يعرفون أنفسهم. ليس هم الفريق الوحيد الذي دخل إلى ساحة المعركة بلاعبين حاملين للألقاب سابقا. أعاد النصر إيسبورتس تجسيد نفسه في بطولة الربيع من دوري محترفين العرب بمواهب من فرق أمريكا الشمالية. الفارق الذي صنعه هؤلاء كان رائعا، استطاعوا أن يفوزوا باللقب بفارق نقطتين، وتركوا الفرق المخضرمة البقية مجرد مشاهدين ويتساءلون كيف استطاع هذا الفريق المشكل حديثا في أول مشاركة أن يحصد اللقب. هل يمكنهم تكرار النجاح في هذا الموسم؟ انتظروا وشاهدوا.
يا ستارز، تنين صيني يظهر بقوة حقيقية في الأراضي العربية. هنا النصر للاتينيين، هنا الإبداع ولا جعفر قادر على الأول وما قبل الأول يظهر.
الآن الفريق الذي فقد اللقب بفارق نقطتين، كويست إي سبورتس، يستعد للانتقام. الفريق الذي كان يلعب تحت لواء باور إي سبورتس في بطولة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا بخريف 2022 قدم هذا الفريق أداء رائعا في ربيع الدوري العربي للمحترفين، وهو مستعد الآن للهيمنة على ساحة المعركة العربية. حتى في نهائي دوري المحترفين العربي لنسخة الربيع حقق الحجي أعلى عددا من الإقصاءات، متفوقا على كل اللاعبين الآخرين في ساحة القتال. نحن لا نستطيع الانتظار لمشاهدة هؤلاء الفتية وهم يتقدمون نحو القمة.
والثالث جاب الحجي، الرابع وخلصوا يا حجي، يا ولد يا حجي يا ولد، هات يا ولد هات، انت عالمي، انت خرافي، انت يا حجي.
هنالك قوة جديدة وصلت لتحدي العمالقة. مع حلول فصل الربيع كانوا مجرد هواة، ولما أتيحت لهم الفرصة قدموا أنفسهم بقوة في مشهد المحترفين الكبير. هؤلاء الشبان فاجأوا الجميع بعدد مرات تحصيلهم على عشاء الدجاج. حقق هذا الفريق المركز الثالث في دوري المحترفين والرابع في بطولة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا.
خلاص هيا يا جعفر جيبها، هات يا جعفر هاتها، يا دي بي اس لاعب سولو الاسود والدمج عالي.
يمكن أن نقول هنالك جزء كبير من هذا النجاح يعود إلى الثنائي جودو ونيوز، الذين كانت مساهمتهما ملهمة ورائعة. هذا الفريق الذي جعل رأسه مرفوعا، هل يرسخ مكانته بين أساطير المنطقة؟ وبالحديث عن الأساطير، قد لا يكون نجم جالكسي هو الأكثر سطوعا في الوقت الحالي، ولكن إضافة كوبس أثبتت أنها خطوة محورية من المنظمة. شق هذا الإعصار طريقه في دوري المحترفين العربي وفي بطولة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. نجم جالاكسي الذي سبق له أن حقق الكأس في كلتا البطولتين، ولكنهم من العمالقة العالميون، فهم يحتاجون إلى معالجة نقاط الضعف إذا أرادوا أن يعودوا إلى القمة. وهل هنالك أفضل من قمة المنافسة العربية لاختبار قوة فريق وأدائه الجماعي؟ شاهدهم وهم يتنافسون مع العمالقة من جميع أنحاء المنطقة.
على فريتون نقاط على الأرض، الله عليك يا كبس الله.
في دوري المحترفين العربي نسخة الخريف 2023.
ورجعنا لكم أعزائي المتابعين، شكرا لك يا الملا.
Alright, so we are going to be taking a look at everything. Of course, this is our schedule. We are starting today off right here on the 28th. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, is going to be day number 2. Then we head into the 31st and the 1st and 2nd, which is going to be day 3, 4, and 5. Then, of course, the second week starts on the 4th, ends on the 9th. Third week starts on the 11th and ends on the 16th. Then, of course, we push through that last little bit, the 18th to the 20th, and that is going to be the finals, right? That is what we're all going to be looking forward to see who's going to be making it to that point. So the teams have quite a bit of a journey to work their way through. So for the first match of the day, we are going to be starting it out on Erangel, of course, after which we are going to be moving across to a little bit of Miramar, followed up by Sanhok, and then we return right back onto Erangel before hopping into the very last Miramar of the day. So those are our 5 maps that we are going to be looking at here. And curious to see what is the result going to be, right? How are these teams going to be looking to step it up? Who's going to be the one to kick us off with an absolutely phenomenal start? If we look back to the previous season, right, to give us a bit of an idea as to what to expect coming through from these teams, we do know that our first match in the right back on day number 1, right back in phase number 1 for the previous season, of course, was taken by the side there of GEEKAY-E-SPORTS. They came in with a glorious 18 elimination winner with a chicken dinner, really setting the bar exceptionally high. And in fact, it was such a phenomenal run for them that, you know, GEEKAY just kept on trying to push the envelope. So there is going to be a bit of pressure looking to see whether or not a team like NIGMA Galaxy is going to allow anything like that to happen. As we know, NIGMA Galaxy really started to step up as we proceeded through the following days, moving through those matches and also building up quite a bit of momentum. So it is going to come down to how the teams are going to be looking to defend the performances that they had in the previous season, right? Are they going to let anyone potentially catch up to them, maybe overtake them? Are we going to have the same teams making it through into the finals? And of course, first up, we need to see who's going to be making it up in towards Vikendi. But that will come through on Wednesday. Until then, all we can do now is speculate as we are waiting to hop into our very first match of the day. So one thing that I want to hear is, where do you guys think we are going to be looking to go with that flight path? And of course, where do you think the first initial zone is going to be forming? Right, let me know in the chat. Curious to see what your answers will be. And of course, show all the love that you want for your teams, right? The more hype you give them, the better they'll perform. If you don't believe me, try it. Right, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. There's only one way to find out exactly what that will be. But as I mentioned, we are going to be looking to see what the performances will bring. Right, now, looking back at what we had on Erangel in the previous season, GEEKAY definitely one of those insane performers. But NIGMA Galaxy, at the end of the day, they were the best performing team when it came to the side of Erangel. We had IKURD in a very close second behind them. Team FALCONS also very hard on their heels. We also then had Crash Gaming, but as we know, we don't have Crash Gaming here for this split. And then NASR, also a very strong performing team. I did see quite a few shout-outs coming in the chat. A lot of players in support of R8. We did have a lot of coming through for IKURD as well. So there's a lot to look forward to as we are moving closer in towards our very first game, right? We need to kick off the action to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in. So be sure to let us know. Drop all your predictions in the chat, right? Let's see who is going to hit that one on the head, right? Hit that nail on the head. But in the meantime, we've got a bit of a play here. Hey, we got Satsuro in the chat as well. So yes, again, welcome to everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Hope you guys are going to be enjoying all the action that we have. And speaking about the action, it is time for us to hop in game to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in our very first match. Do you want to drop those predictions? Get them in. Let me know. Quilla saying that Bisk is going to be the MVP. Well, we don't know. We don't know. But here we go, making our way on down. We are going to be starting down on that southern edge. We can see the flight path now approaching the lovely Sosnovka military base and everything down below. So now it's going to come down to distribution, right? How these teams are going to be looking to get themselves out. Of course, moving into our very first match here of the day. We are not going to have the players from Group E in. So that is Gangsters, R8, Falcons, as well as W7. So Groups A, B, C, and D. Now having their first go at the action here, showing us what they've got. Finally, the official, unofficial, official broadcast. Yes! Saturo, that is exactly what we're looking at right here. The previous season, we had the unofficial, official broadcast. Now it is the official, unofficial, official broadcast. Alright? Or I think you said it better. Official, unofficial, official. Yes, there we go. That sounds exactly on point. Already from what we can see, a nice kind of a breakup here coming through as the teams are looking to get themselves distributed. We got Twisted Minds now moving into the lovely Novo Repnoya. A nice early starting point there for them. Of course, the players then they're from the ARB champions, also looking to get a bit of a position. So a few of the new teams that we have here, right? So the ARB champions, with the players from KR-E-SPORTS, Next X Esports, and then of course we also have the players there from W7, right? These are teams that we've seen come through all the way from the PMNC, right? So the national championship teams having a bit of a go there. And of course, speaking about having a go, have a look at that zone. Beautiful southern start. Good positioning. Now let's see what the teams are going to be doing with it. Of course, Brute Force, aka the Broody Fruities, taking a very northern start and our very first bit of blood coming through here as Triple does lock that one in. Of course, that has come in at the expense of what was that, Conqueror or Sly? One of the two teams, both of them already losing a player along the way. So let's see how this one is going to unfold. Who's going to be the one to pick it up? Not quite sure if Conqueror started out with only a 3-piece there, but that is not going to be the end of the world for them. Of course, curious to see what is going to come through here from the side of KR-E-SPORTS, as I've not yet seen them compete against these teams. Also, we have a few come through from the E-League as well, so there's a lot of contention here. Of course, GEEKAY, the defenders for the very first map, right? Looking to see whether or not they are going to be able to pick up another 18 elimination winner chicken dinner. The heat is going to be on. Let's see how this one rolls out. Of course, Vision, last season, first match, we saw them finishing up in 12th place. 1 elimination to their name. So let's see if they are going to be looking to come in a little bit more aggressively. Based on the performance of the previous season, Vision also having a bit of a tough run. I mean, they culminated a total of 102 points, right? Essentially the 17th place for Erangel itself. Of those 102 points, 71 was the total eliminations that they got. And that is across 30 Erangels. So there's going to be a great opportunity for all the teams to prove themselves yet again. Of course, Brute Force with that beautiful northern positioning up in towards Saverne. You're going to have a nice, comfortable rotation moving their way on down. But down in the zone, this is where we can see the players here from the ARB champions. Now looking to move into a more centralized position. We also have the players there from Quest moving in behind them. So there is going to be a little bit of that contention, a little bit of potential fighting coming through. Still within this first phase. Of course, just a little bit to the north, we have the players there from Road to Glory, aka RTG. We're going to see what they can bring in. Evo Station and Crypto are teammates. Hey! Well, speaking about teammates, NIGMA Galaxy looking to get down to business here. But let's see where Crypto and them are going to come through. Of course, they are playing within the side there of Twisted Minds. We have all the way over on towards the very eastern side of that military island. Meanwhile, KR-E-SPORTS looking to find a bit of a play. Approaching that northern bridge, or the northern edge of the western bridge. We don't see any bridge camps being held within that territory, at least not for the time being. But of course, with NIGMA lurking behind them, they need to be careful as to how they set themselves up right here. Yeah, boys, it's interesting how things change up, right? I mean, I've seen quite a bit of movement coming in between the respective teams. We had some players shifting from one team into another. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that is going to play out this time around, whether or not the synergy is going to be improving across the way, and whether or not that is going to be the fit that the teams are looking for. All right, speaking about fits, it is going to be the players here from Triple, just occupying the edge of zone. Beautiful spray coming through here from Spec, really locking in on that target. But Triple now playing a little bit of a spread out position. Not quite sure they were anticipating a little bit of aggression coming through in the early game. But as we can see, we got a few new names in there for the side of Triple Esports. Meanwhile, NASR, Xenox, not going to be looking to waste any time, any opportunity. It's Triple trying to mount a bit of a defensive position here. They want to reclaim the compound here. I mean, it's right on the edge of zones. You can't really fault them for that. And it could be a very substantial position, especially looking at the number of teams we still have positioned over towards that more eastern side. So the pressure is going to be on. But NASR, they've got a very similar kind of play in mind as they get themselves situated now. So this is definitely going to allow NASR a bit of a position, a bit of an opportunity onto the side there of Triple. But I'm feeling sorry for the teams that are going to be moving in, coming on this eastern edge. So we got Slime Machine, we got Vision, we got IKURD, all yet to move towards that next zone. As you can see, the counter slowly ticking down as we got a minute and a bit of change left on the clock before that blue zone is going to be closing up. Of course, still a few of those blue zone surfers also holding up towards the northern edge of zone. We got about 5 teams or so, especially towards the north, that are yet to make any decisive rotations. But this is now the congestion coming through over on towards the eastern side. We got Slime, we got Vision, all still trying to find a bit of a foothold, moving through into the edge of zone. See if Fash is going to be able to get any angles aligned. Ooh, they can hear the vehicles just moving up ahead. Will he get the opportunity to lock in that shot? The spray's definitely starting to hammer off. Ooh, the vehicle, the motorbike, so challenging. Especially looking at that terrain. But it does seem like Vision, well, they got a bit of that 2020 action coming through. Saif, nice bit of Overwatch. J7 rushes in. Now, is this one going to swing in favor of Vision? A nice controlling position up towards that bridge. But will this allow them to filter out the side here of NASR? Or could we maybe have another contender swinging in behind them? So nice little bit of fishing coming through here. You can hear the shots up into the edge of Multa. NASR just sending J7 up ahead. Holding the position, holding the fort. While Vision now capitalize on the opportunity, looking to get themselves well ahead of zone as it's now shifted even further down on towards that military island. This, of course, is now going to force quite a bit of carnage, rather, to come through, especially looking at the east and the western sides of zone. Alright, we'll turn the game sound up a little smidge. There we go, let me know if that is better. While Saif takes us on a beautiful, beautiful drive around. Speaking about driving around, we move in towards that military island. Now, RTG, KR are going to be looking to duke it out to see who's going to be the team holding on to the controlling angles here. We got the ARB champions also then moving through over on towards that eastern side. So 3 teams already getting the Millie base under lockdown. Jeremiah, let me know if the audio is better, as I've upped the ante a slight smidgen. And of course, in the meanwhile, the teams are looking to push in. So a lot of the congestion we had over on towards the western side has now moved up in towards Sosnovka itself. The teams are now going to be looking to settle a little bit of the situation here. Meanwhile, we've got CONQUEROR taking a bit of a rotation, moving all the way around. The ONYX Ravens also still holding up in towards Ferry Pier. and of course the lovely quarry itself. But they have to move out of blue. Speaking about blue zone, it is going to be Brute Force and NASR. Finding themselves in a bit of a contentious play here. Spec taking a bit of the damage there. You can see Evo Station popping off in the feed as well. But Neo's cooking up the nade. Could this be that entry point for Brute Force to gain their way towards the next safe area? Oh, the shot continuing to fly on in. Brute Force now getting caught in a bit of a crossfire as we've got IKURD moving up right behind them. But there we go. The sprays continue to fly on through. Oh, nicely played though. NASR on the defensive, locking down Brute Force as they are the first team to get shipped out to Elims. Getting awarded to them. But now IKURD, how are they going to play through this one? They also still have a bit of a position to work with, as they've got another team held up right behind them. That, of course, is going to be the players from NIGMA. But, well, speaking about NIGMA, we jump over to the ONYX Ravens, taking on the side here of GEEKAY, of our defenders, our reigning champs of the very first match in the previous season. Nice little bit of a bridge camp coming through here. They got NIGMA Galaxy right behind them, so GEEKAY needs to be super cautious as to how they take this play. As you can see, Rauf already starting to pop off, the shots connecting in. Oh, down goes Hope and Rauf. Yep, flying off the edge of the bridge. Gaith now also coming under a little bit of fire, and all the pressure now relying solely on them. Ragnar Hope caught in a very difficult position here, but a great play as NIGMA Galaxy turn a bridge camp into a bridge camp. I feel sorry for the side of ONYX Ravens, as they are yet to move across. You can see R now just trying to find a bit of a potential angle. Maybe steal a little bit of an Elam here and there. But now comes the pressure play. Gaith, tries to rocket, but instead down they go. GEEKAY, the second team sent on out. So I think at this point it is safe to say that GEEKAY are not going to be able to secure themselves the very first winner a chicken dinner this time around. ONYX Ravens also still having a potential play to make here, as they've already lost one player. Saad about to go down. As you can see, that health bar really struggling to keep up with the damage coming through from this blue zone. But this is not going to deter the side of the ONYX Ravens to continue their onslaught, continue their push on forward, as NIGMA Galaxy now start making a run for the hills, instead prioritizing that safe position while still keeping a very close eye on what is going down. They want to give up any potential third-party plays. But now NIGMA trying to make the most of what they've got here, right? Still looking for a bit of a play. Freak has already gotten their toes dipped in a little bit of that tier 3 loot. Meanwhile, as we look onto the side here of NIGMA, they are going to be taking play towards that southern edge. Of course, very close to center zone. But again, looking at the military base, it is not going to be the easiest position to defend. At least not with what they currently have to work with here. So let's see if this one is going to pan out in their favor. Of course, now Utility is starting to fly across his next. Tries to push into that melee base. But the Arab champions, right? ARB, Arab, I guess that's what it's for. Are going to be trying to defend it. Maybe finding a few eliminations along the way. As you can see, they've not yet had any luck with regards to those eliminations, as they now will get pushed upon. Let's see if they can defend, but we are waiting for that blue zone to close on through as well. So still a very spread out positioning coming through from all our teams here. Of course, we are still waiting for the players from ONYX Ravens as well as IKURD to make that play for the zone. But now with it centering up on towards the military base itself, it's going to be a very challenging play to get a good secure foothold. But looking at the teams up towards the northern side, Triple, RTG, I don't think they are going to be feeling too much of that pressure, as they are sitting quite comfortably within some decent positioning. Now all they got to do is try and lock down the defensive angles. In the meanwhile, looking over towards the western side, ONYX Ravens, they've managed to get themselves out of the blue zone, pushing towards the zone itself. But the KR-E-SPORTS team, no, not going to let that one slide for free. So now this is the calm before the storm. Vash also now finding a bit of an angle onto the players there from Twisted Minds down towards that southeastern side of the zone. But KR now looking to get it under control as the ONYX Raven starts to push on forward. R now taking an absolute beating with the spray down here. Fortunately managing to survive the initial spray. Saleh falls in turn. Down goes R. And now it is down to Saad. But this is KR-E-SPORTS now, just looking to double down on their potential angles here. Of course, Hassan sending out a beautiful nade. That could really spell quite a bit of trouble. As you can see, KR-E-SPORTS now starting to encircle the position here. Saad not having many choices. They're going to try and make the most of it. But of course, the third-party spray is coming in and down they go. Ali now looking to hold on for dear life. But unfortunately, Twisted Minds and NIGMA coming in with a bit of an upset here. No, that was for only Twisted and NIGMA Galaxy. As they brought through the upset. We've lost yet another team. Now it's going to be Lord looking to crash the body, looking to capitalize. While there are still a plethora of wounded players to spread up ahead. Nice bit of reinforcements coming through there from Raouf. But now it is going to be a full onslaught as they rush on forward. Absolute carnage. And with that, another team gets sent on out. KR-E-SPORTS getting sent back with 4 elims. NIGMA Galaxy already sitting on 7. Definitely leading the charge with regards to aggression. Sly Machine going to be following suit as they get sent out in 11th place. And with that, we are down to our final 10 teams. A very sweaty start to the action on our very first match of the day. Let's see now, where will this take us? Quest going to be situated down on towards that southern edge of zone. Looking to find a nice secure angle to play from. Oh, great gatekeep opportunity coming through. Yes, we can see Alhaji now popping off, picking up Tiger, and down they go. Crazy. They have to try and make the most out of a very, very difficult situation. Yes, NIGMA definitely cooking. I mean, they are cooking up an absolute storm right here. But now they've got a nice position to work off of, right? They've got full control of that western side of zones. We can see right there on the map. But now, how are they going to utilize that position moving on forward? Of course, still a bit of contention coming through on towards the southern edge as Quest and Twisted Minds. I'll look to get right down to business. Oh, unfortunate play there for Conqueror. Iraq is crazy. Gets picked up, and that is the team. 9 now remain. We'll find out as we go through the day at what point Coops is going to be joining us out on the battlefield. At least from what we know right now, we don't see Coops just yet. But hopefully Coops will be here momentarily. Of course, Crypto now trying to bring in a bit of an opportunistic play here as we got Quest just hanging around in the wing. I mean, Quest now having a great opportunity here to play a bit of gatekeep. But as we know, Twisted Minds, they're not going to let any of that really come towards them. As Kante now comes through with a bit of a fishing play, trying to see if they can maybe bait out a bit of an angle. Meanwhile, up north, there's going to be Triple and Vision. Both teams still trying to get themselves secured in the zone. But Emad not going to let Saif just move straight on forward. But a nice calculated play here. Vision hopping into their vehicle. Going to try and make that dash cover as much ground as they can. But of course, they are going to be met by the side here of IKURD as well as the players from the ARB champions. And already IKURD cooking up a few nades. Oh, beautiful one. Effortless throw coming through here from Ali. As that is a very abrupt end for the side there of Vision. Unfortunately, not finding themselves any points. Well, at least elimination points, right? They might still maybe get something in from placement, but we'll see how it goes. I think placement points only come in from that 8th position. In the meanwhile, teams keeping their eyes on the prize. ARB champions. Trying to find as much of an opportunity here as they can get. Oh, beautiful setup coming through from Smoker. You got to watch out for RTG behind you. There we go. It's like Smoker heard me when I said that. They spot Groza now just falling back. But I'm curious to see how RTG are going to look to play this one, right? Are they going to look to get aggressive and maybe rush their way on forward? Because still holding on to a very edge position. I mean, close towards where Next X are currently positioned is good. I think going to be maybe a little bit of a safer play to try and make at this point. But of course, that is all going to come down to how this next zone is going to move on forward. Best of luck to Smoker, getting off of that high position there. If the zone is going to be forcing their hand. Arriva, ooh, beautiful timing there. Ricard, almost regretting that, as they've taken quite a bit of damage, but of course a quick heal can patch themselves up. Now the zone just moving ever so slightly towards that more centralized side. So it is going to force the hand there, however, off the side there of IKURD as well as Quest. Twisted Minds really got a bit of an edge position there. They don't have to do too much work moving forward in towards this next safe zone. Quest also still trying to find a bit of a foothold here. I mean, pushing in from that southern edge. At least they got two players on the initial front line, with Easy and Mon now just circling up behind them. But will they get that opportunity, right? Will they align the necessary shots? Last season, we did see the players here from Twisted Minds securing themselves 4 elimination in the very first match. Already this time around, sitting on 3, so they are only 1 away from being on par. But now NIGMA Galaxy seeming to be caught in quite a bit of a pressure spot here as they try to make that rush on forward. Lord and the rest of the team getting stopped in the track. It's now down to Freak to see if they can survive the onslaught and maybe snake their way into a little bit of safety. Crypto also falling over towards that eastern side of zone. And here we go. Freak. Oh, nice play as Easy goes down. Quest now also just rushing their way on forward. Al-Haji now going to try and make a break for it. But of course, IKURD still keeping a very contentious angle onto the side here of Twisted. As you can see, Crypto now trying to bring the rest of the team back on their feet. Evo Station on the opposite end. Not quite sure if they are in a position where they have a good line of sight as to the approach here coming through from the side of Golden. But here we go, we are loading the action up as Freak now looks to descend down upon the edge of Quest, but down they go instead. The shots now lining up beautifully. A little bit of that MG coming in there for the action as well. Beautiful noise it makes. But now Golden trying to carry the name here of IKURD all the way to the finish. Down to 1. The only solo making their way through this match. At this point in time, Quest, of course, still holding on to a full 3-piece alongside the players from ARB champions as well as RTG. So it is going to be a very tough hand, especially for Next X and IKURD. Now moving forward into this next zone shift. But next, I mean, they've got a beautiful centralized position here, so I don't think that they are going to be feeling all too pressurized. Arab, on the other hand, are going to have a pretty tough time moving forward. As you can see, it is a very exposed area. Ooh, that they now have to manage. QTEL. Let's find a beautiful connection there. RTG still on a very defensive play. But Rio and Kalaga, oof, not the most ideal position to be positioned in. The zone does move even further towards that eastern side, now playing out quite favorably there for IKURD. And next, and Quest now going to have a very challenging time, but of course, that is exactly what they want. They don't want it easy, right? They want to be tested as they now move up. Next, trying to get the zone under lockdown, but it is proving to be quite a bit of a challenge. What's up, Amaru? Assalamu alaikum. Right, here we go. Othman now. Trying to defend the edge of zone. Right, up comes the onslaught. It is going to be Quest, sending out a few utilities. Trying to see if they can maybe find a free elimination. Not having to bring in so much pressure, but now Othman, oh, things are starting to heat up. Beautiful 2-1 split coming through from the side of Next, but look at Quest though. Full aggressive front line that they've got cooking up here. The nades, the utilities flying all over the place. Azaz gets taken on down. Mars now also getting met with a bit of a nade. Will Al-Hajj be able to close this one off next? Still clinging on for dear life, holding on to a two-piece. One down, one more to go, and there we have it. Quest wiping the floor, sending Next right out of here. Down to the final 3 we go. It's going to be RTG, ARB, and Quest. All 3 teams sitting on a 3-piece. Quest now getting met with yet another nade, and great opportunity being played here by RTG as they look to sneak in, trying to capitalize on the carnage. And look at that, Rio just ripping it up. Oh, Ricard already getting taken down. Now it's up to Smoker, QTEL, and Osama. I mean, one would think that the ARB champions have a beautiful setup as they've got a very centralized positioning, but as you can see, that is not the case. As RTG looks to descend down upon them. Quest now keeping a very tight angle. As Rio, gets taken right back. ARB, not a team to be messed with. Even though they are playing a very spread out positioning here. Still managing to find quite a bit of damage. Of course, now with the res coming through, that is going to be Osama back on their feet. And just in a few mere moments, but already 11 eliminations for ARB champions. So are they going to be able to find the edge of Quest here? As Easy and the rest of the crew now start to move forward. We'll try and bring in that shock and awe approach. They do find Smoker. 1 out of the way. 2 more to go. Osama, QTEL. I'm trying to find the next approach to take. Osama has not yet found a single elimination. QTEL, coming through with a pretty strong contribution now, and all the pressure riding on their shoulders as Quest are going to full send it. They've got possession of zone. They have the controlling angles, and now it's all down to whether or not QTEL can make it out of this. Ooh, here we go. Bit of an opportunity being played. Al-Hajj taking quite a bit of a beating, but up comes Easy. Oh, the crash is in. Are they going to find the spray, though? Oh, the answer is yes. MG3 to close it off. And that is the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing job being done here by Quest Esports. A glorious performance. And what a way to lock in the very first winner chicken dinner right here in PMPL Arabia Spring. Phenomenal performance coming in there from the team. I mean, you got to give it to Quest, right? They were on a mission. They accomplished their quest and they just locked it in. But what a way to start it off. Of course, a very satisfying bit of action coming through here on Erangel. And it's good to see Quest really, you know, playing with such good synergy. I mean, it was a really satisfying approach on their end. And of course, a great start to look to double down on the points that they've been able to secure on the match itself. Of course, Quest, as we know, the previous season, they were able to secure themselves 2 winner chicken dinners when it came to the side of Erangel. So already out of the gate, great start for them. And of course, you know, setting the precedent for what we could be expecting to see in our coming games. Of course, with that, we are going to be taking a bit of a look at a bit of a breakdown as well, right? To see what the teams have done, how many points everyone has secured. And of course, speaking of which, we are going to be moving straight into that quest, walking away with a glorious 19 points, 9 of which came through from the eliminations. ARB champions, though, with a very heavy hand, right? 11 eliminations, locking it in on 17 total points. 8, of course, going over to the side there of IKURD for the elimination. 7 coming through for NIGMA Galaxy as well, walking away with 11 and 9 points respectively. But Vision Esports going to be the only team unfortunately not finding a point in our very first match. But as we know, it's not the end of the world. It's only the first game. We still have 4 more to go. So the teams that have just participated, they still have 3 more opportunities. But of course then, speaking about the end of match number 1, we do have, again, then the players from Group E that are going to be stepping up into their very first match of the day. And of course, just a quick look back at all the insane action that we had coming through in this match.
مع كل الظروف اللي موجودة عرف ينظف
All right, so it is a very, very, very tough start. Of course, Quest, you can see that approach that they took coming through from that western side. I was just looking to see if there was any additional commentary coming through, and the answer, of course, being yes. So I'll just sit here and make all the noises for you. Bra, bra, taga, taga. That is exactly what happened. I can't do the nade one because that's just a big boom. But these were the final concluding plays. Oh, beautiful utility. ARB champions definitely got a good angle when it comes to just positioning those nades. But I think this is where things were just so exceptionally tough. Of course, looking at easy, they made it look so easy coming through with that beautiful spray. And of course, if you take a look down at the stats, it is going to be ARB locking in the most damage, 2,800. And of course, milking 11 eliminations out of that. But the strongest conversion rate definitely came through for the side there of IKURD-E-SPORTS, finding 8 eliminations out of just over 1,000 damage. So that is a very, very strong rate. Of course, it is going to be Smoker walking away with our most eliminations. QTEL with the most damage. Then Smoker coming through with those assists. Is Evo Station with the longest hit. And Kante for the side of Quest, finding themselves the greatest distance, so nearly 13 kilometers traveled right here in the map of Erangel. Some very impressive stats indeed coming through, but you got to give it to the side there of Quest. I mean, locking in so many points, right? Also locking in a few of those awards there, right? The MVP positions, so definitely interesting one. Patrick asking where's Old Boy. We don't know. We'll find out soon enough, right? We'll see whether or not Old Boy is going to be joining us on the battlefield. But you got to say, phenomenal start to the action here. Day number 1, match number 1, done and dusted. Kicking off with quite a bit of a bang. Now, as we know, we still have a few more to come, right? For the next match, we are going to be venturing straight over and across into the lovely side of Miramar. As I've already said, the players there from Group E are going to be joining us on the battlefield. That means Group D are going to be sitting it out. Now, for those of you who don't know who is in Group D, it is going to be the players from GEEKAY Esports, IKURD, as well as NIGMA Galaxy, and of course, then Triple Esports. So GANGSTERS, R8, FALCONS, and W7 are going to be joining us. I'm curious to see what W7 are going to be bringing in. Of course, we did see quite a bit of excitement, you know, as they've been performing. I believe that it was in the Saudi E-League, and also then in the PMNC, right? So some high expectations for the teams coming through, showing us what they've got and how they are going to be performing in this PMPL. So if you guys want to drop your predictions in the chat, let me know, right? Give us a bit of a heads up. Let's see what your predictions are moving through. Who do you think is going to be taking that first winner chicken dinner? Apparently, it was going to be Brute Force taking the first one for this first match. And as we saw, it was not going to be on the cards for them. Brute Force having a little bit of a tough run in this first game. And of course, GEEKAY, the defending team, who took the first chicken dinner in the first match all the way back in the spring season, also having a bit of a tough run. Now, let's see if we take a look at what we had in our second match from the previous season, what the teams brought in and what we could be expecting. Of course, looking at the map of Miramar itself, NIGMA Galaxy, Brute Force, some really, really strong contenders when it comes to how they are going to be playing it out. And of course, speaking about NIGMA, speaking about GEEKAY, we also have a little bit of a stat breakdown here for them, right? Their respective performances right here on the very first game. So NIGMA definitely locking in a lot more aggression, also converting quite a few eliminations out of that. But let's see how this one is going to unfold though, right? Will this maintain consistent? Will we see GEEKAY maybe bring in a little bit of that glorious play that we had in the previous season, right? We want to see that spring season performance. I want to see what they can bring to the table and whether or not they are going to be able to replicate those efforts all across the board. But it is going to come down to what the teams will be bringing into our remaining matches of the day, right? So there's going to be still an opportunity on Miramar as well as Sanhok. And then, of course, we are going to be heading into Erangel right over in game number 4. So there's still quite a bit to look forward to. But yes, as we know, teams making their way through. Try and see what they can bring in. And of course, day for one, I mean, it's not going to be too much of a crazy day, right? This is the litmus test day. We can call it that, right? The team's trying to get a bit of an assessment as to what to expect from the competition. But as we know, moving through league stage, the team started ramping up the performances as we get into those later days. So I'm curious to see if that is going to be the same situation coming through in this season. Will the teams look to replicate a very similar approach to it? Or are we going to have a bit of a different flavor come through, right? Of course, we don't know. We have to wait and see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in. But if you guys have any predictions, any thoughts, let me know in the chat, right? Hit us up. And we'll see how everything is going to unfold. Of course, in the meanwhile, we are just waiting to move through into our next bit here to see where the teams are going to be moving up towards. Of course, we already took a look at our highlights as well. We took a look at everything. So the second match should be loading very, very soon. But as I mentioned, right, moving in towards Miramar, that is where we saw a team like Brute Force stepping up with that winner chicken dinner, doing so with 9 eliminations. But Slime Machine did exactly the same thing. Well, not winner chicken dinner, but they got themselves 13 eliminations. Now, Slime Machine, we are going to be having them out on the battlefield. Brute Force are going to be there as well. Now, if we look back at the Gangsters position and how they played, of course, their performance on Miramar, they've not yet had any necessary success when it comes to those winner chicken dinners. Well, no, I'm lying when I say that Gangsters actually secured themselves 4 winner chicken dinners. So let's see. Let's see. Who's going to be the one to find it? R8. Let's see what they did, what their performance was. Well, they got themselves 1 winner chicken dinner, and they are about our 11th performing team when it comes to Miramar itself. But definitely some high expectations, especially looking at the side there of Miramar, Brute Force, and Sly. Brute Force, previous seasons, secured themselves 7 winner chicken dinners on Miramar. 7. Right, that is absolutely insane to have a team perform that well. Of course, they were overtaken by the side of NIGMA Galaxy because, well, NIGMA, they are just super, super aggressive. Right, leading the charge there with 155 eliminations that they were able to get off of the map of Miramar itself. But it does seem like things are starting to load up, so we are going to be heading across, seeing what the teams will bring through. So let's just wait on that as we are just a few moments away from hopping into game number 2. So if you guys want to give your predictions, if you want to tell me where you think the zone is going to be going, now would be the time to do it, right? Do you think we are going to be having a centralized flight path? Do you think we are going to be having a zone or flight path, rather, maybe leaning a little bit more towards either of the sides? Is it going to be a little bit more east, a little bit more west? Where do you think that flight path is going to be going? Now would be the time to drop your predictions, and we'll see how accurate those predictions are as we are getting ready to hop on in. We are just a few seconds away. So get them in before we start, right? It doesn't count if you do it when the flight path is already there. We see, if I remember correctly from the previous season, we did have a few viewers trying exactly that. But speaking of which, it is time. So let us hop in and see what the action is going to bring on through. Hey, we got Mustache in the chat as well. Welcome, Mustache. Welcome to all the new viewers that we have. If you weren't here for the first game, you missed out on quite a bit of action. So let's see what our game number 2 is going to be bringing on through. Alright, so I didn't see any predictions in the chat. Ooh, there we go. Patrick saying southwest flight path. I mean, it's heading southwest, so sure. Sure. You got it in before it was revealed on screen, so well done on that one. So, well, the end point is southwest. So let's see if that is going to be on the money all the way through. Of course, now the team's starting to trickle on down, starting to drop off as they push on forward. We got the Gangsters all the way up in Campo Militar. Interesting position. Definitely not a spot that we see being attainable all too often. So Quest dropping down. Falcons, W7. Ooh, they're going to be heading in the direction there of the lovely water treatment. So I'm curious to see what W7 are going to be bringing to the battlefield. We've already seen the players there from KR-E-SPORTS. We've seen Next and what they can do. But now it's up to W7. The only team that we are yet to look at. And of course, beautiful zone to start us off as well. all the way up into the northeast. I mean, if you're a team like Falcons, right, you are going to be sitting pretty in this one, not having to worry about a thing. The same can be said there for the side of GANGSTERS, of course, up in Campo. Yes, Quest, they were on a mission, they took the game. Maybe that's because Mustache wasn't here. Or were you here, Mustache, and just didn't say anything? I mean, we have Quest out on the battlefield, don't we? Ooh, what's this? Alright, I was maybe going for a bit of a ventriloquist play there, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case here. We got some nice chill vibes while we're waiting for the map. Think we are looking at a rehost. Yes. Miramar doesn't want to work out today, not the first one, but I mean, I guess that's fine. Usually we see this happening when it comes to Sanhok, so it's interesting, right? But well, the first flight path prediction was accurate, Patrick. Well done. Now you got to do it again, right? You got to do it again because we're gonna have another chance, another opportunity to see what the teams will have to work with. Yes, indeed, it is a rehost. So you know, let's just sit here. We'll just enjoy some chill vibes. I mean, if you don't want to listen to me, I'll just keep quiet for a second, and we can just chill to the music, right? Some super chill vibes. I love this music. Zio saying Coops not playing today. Yes, it does seem like Coops is a bit sick, a bit under the weather. C'est la vie, no? C'est la vie. It is what it is. Alright, so Javian saying that it is going to go southeast this time around. Ooh. Alright, so if you guys want to drop your predictions for zone, we had the first one, the first attempt. Patrick, spot on the money on that one. Patrick, are you going to be able to replicate it? Will you get it on the second one? So, Belala, there we go. Saying something, whatever. But yeah, no MVP for Coops. Yes, Xenox will come for MVP. And Javian, that's an interesting prediction to make, but we'll see whether or not that is going to hold true. The host put the wrong server. They put it on South America. Well, I can see it's on Europe. I can see it's on Europe, so we believe that should maybe be the one that works. I mean, maybe it's going to be Europe, maybe it's going to be something else, right? Of course, hopefully they have everything under control. I believe that is going to be the case. So yeah, now we're just waiting for the rehost to be, well, rehosted, and then we can make our way in to see where the teams are going to be dropping down. But some high expectations already created right out of the gate, as we saw the first game. But now, right, it's down to the second match. Of course, it is going to be that first opportunity for Group E, as I've already mentioned. I also want to see the teams from, you know, how the ones that performed exceptionally well in the very first Miramar. I want to see, are we going to have something similar to that come through? Of course, I still have all the statistics from the previous season here, so we'll see whether or not any of that is going to be of use to us, right? As we saw that transition moving from league over in towards finals, all the statistics just went out the door. Amaru say you can sing for us. Amaru, I don't know about that. You might not have ears left when I'm done, but of course, as you can hear, it is time for music. So we'll be right back.
Bring the band in. Woo. Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way.
All right, so we're back with our chill vibes, right? We're just chilling, waiting to see what game number 2 is gonna bring. Of course, well, we're getting ready to hop on in. I did see Javian asking, how does one get into PMPL? It's tough, right? It's tough. So the normal progression for teams to get into PMPL is they normally work their way through a full season of PMCO. After PMCO, the top teams eventually make it up into the PMNC, right? Or the PMRC, no, PMNC, yes. Make it up into PMNC, and then from PMNC, if you perform well enough, you can maybe make it up in towards PMPL. So it's quite a bit of a way to work through, right? It's a long path, but it is very rewarding along the way. You learn so much, and of course, it does create some pretty impressive beasts, right? As we can see out some of the monsters we have out on the battlefield. But yes, we are loading in a match number 2 while we're chilling on some chill vibes, right? So we'll see how this one is gonna work on through. If you guys haven't dropped your predictions just yet, drop them in now, right? We did see a prediction coming through for Southeastern Zone. Aside from that, we haven't heard anything else, right? So if you want to tell me either way you think the flight path is gonna go, or where you think the first zone's gonna go, right? Drop us your predictions. We're just chilling here with some nice beat. Yeah, it's not often we got a nice, I think this is lo-fi. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I approve, right? It gets the GEEKAY stamp of approval. Blip. But yes, we are going to be looking at that flight path in just a few mere moments, so we don't have all that much to wait, all that much more longer. There we go. Should probably English properly today, seeing that it is day number 1, right? We can't be running out of English words. We need to keep them flowing. But in case you missed it, right, that first winner chicken dinner went over to the side there of Quest, doing quite a phenomenal job. In fact, let's take a look at the performances. They, of course, got themselves the beautiful 9 eliminations. ARB champions doing so with 11 up. But are we gonna see a continuation of that? Of course, let's find out. As you can hear the music in the background, that means only one thing: we are moving on in, right? Now, based on what we can see right here, I don't think that this is a southeastern flight path. Maybe a southeastern zone. Who knows? Who knows? That could be the thing, but it is going to be starting all the way on that southern edge. We're heading towards Al Azhar, up towards the northeastern side. The zone can still go any which way it wants to. This is going to be an especially tricky flight path, especially for teams that like to frequent positions like El Pozo, La Cabrera, you know, Monte Nuevo, La Tallera, you know, any of those kind of regions. They're going to be a little bit more challenging to reach. Maybe not La Tallera as much. But Valle del Mar, definitely going to be a nice position to move into. Does seem like that is where the ONYX Ravens are looking to get themselves situated. Changed my name from DK to DJ. Yeah, I used to be one for 4 years, so that's not a stretch, you know. But either which way, let's get back to the teams, right? As we look at them now, looking to get themselves nice and distributed. Ooh, a rather centralized zone, centering up onto Graveyard. It's going to allow a great play, especially within that Picardo region. So NASR, they are going to be smiling, at least for this first few zones. And meanwhile, it seems like Gangsters and Falcons are going to be looking to go back up towards the north. As we got Falcons now in the heading up in towards Tierra Bronca, maybe even Cruz del Valle. Campo Militar again. Gangsters, they are consistent, right? Even persistent, if we can call it that. But this is not exactly a center San Martin zone. Maybe it could still swing in that direction, but we'll have to wait and see. As we got Twisted and R8, relatively close to San Martin, so there could be quite a bit of congestion coming through there. It does seem like Twisted might be heading up in towards, well, Hacienda. We're going to have to contend with the likes of W7. Alhaji. There we go. The shout out coming through there for Quest. Alhaji very distant from the rest of the team. I guess to see how that one is going to play out. Meanwhile, we've got the players there from Quest all the way in Puerto Pareso going about their business. We got the Broody Fruities Brute Force up in Chumacera. Of course, next taking up that position up in towards Monte Nuevo. Javian, I'll remember that. In fact, let me copy it and paste it somewhere for safekeeping. Right? Then we know it's going to be safe. But yes, here we go. Teams making their way on through. Going about their business, right? Looking to get themselves situated. This is going to be looting phase, so there could potentially not be anything happening right here. But there could also be quite a bit happening right here. So let's see how the teams are going to be looking to play this one out. J7, or W7 rather, moving up. I do recognize Waleed. So I'm curious to see if W7 are going to bring in any surprises. In the meanwhile, Twisted now. Ooh, interesting position, of course, just towards the south there of Hacienda del Patron. Ida, yeah, on a roll, right? There's no arguing that fact. Ida definitely on a roll. So much of a roll that they roll right down the hill. But here we go. Right, so very exciting looting phase, you can see already. Teams doing everything they can to get themselves with a good distribution of loot. Of course, Quest with a little bit of a split play here, right? So we got Alhaji and Mon over towards the western side, moving in towards Junkyard. And of course, as we can see, Easy and Kante, Easy and Mon rather, now just up in Al-Azhar. So are they going to be looking to move on through? Meanwhile, ONYX Ravens down towards that southwestern side, right up into Valle del Mar. So a very similar kind of play that we saw previously come through from the players of Titans. I know that they changed names as well. Don't ask me what that name is because I forgot it. Right, I just put myself on the spot. But that is also, you know, the kind of position that we saw them playing out. So I'm curious to see if ONYX Ravens are going to be able to replicate the same kind of rotation, right? Sneak their way up in towards that zone, keep the contention up. Speaking about contention though, Falcons trying to have a bit of a swing here. Of course, we did see them finish in 13th place in the PMWI, so they've got quite a bit of experience that they've gained from that, of course, coming through from all that TDM action. Ooh, there we go. Come on, Gavin. Never alone, staying true to their name. They are never alone. There's always someone in the vicinity. But up comes the Gangsters now, looking to get it under lockdown. Miramar definitely being one of their stronger maps. Ooh, well, that is based on their performance in the previous season. But hey, buddy! Ah, gotta love that name. Hey, buddy, with a beautiful shot. Finding the head up into Never Alone, alleviating a little bit of that pressure. Unfortunately for the side of the Gangsters, right? The rest of Falcons are nowhere near, right? They're all on their way down towards the zones. You can see Salam, Damar, and Pablo looking to get themselves situated a little bit further on down. Making their way through Cruz del Valle. Oh, Salam. You gotta teach me your skills. That was an amazing play. But here we go now. Vision also holding up in towards La Bendita. They got KR-E-SPORTS over on towards just that western position. I mean, no one really contesting from the south, so that is going to be a nice little bit of a sigh of relief on the side here of Vision. But I guess to see if Vision are going to be looking to improve their overall performance when it comes to the side of Miramar, right? Last season, not a single winner win a chicken dinner. They were, however, able to find themselves 75 eliminations. So that is not a, not a bad performance at all whatsoever coming through from the side of Vision. But we are always looking for improvements, right? Teams honing and refining those skills as they progress on forward. Mohammed, not something I can answer, right? Not something I can answer. But let's see now what the teams are going to be bringing. I can answer, though, what the teams could potentially be bringing through, right? That is part of the job, and now it's going to be NASR holding onto a beautiful center zone. They've got Quest right there up alongside them. So beautiful rotation from Quest, of course, all the way from Al-Azhar, moving their way on down, looking to get themselves situated up in towards Graveyard. Surprisingly enough, RTG didn't really do all that much to stop that rotation coming through. Right, so is that going to bite RTG in the butt? We don't know. We don't know, but we'll see what the teams are going to bring in as the zone centers up. A beautiful blessing. Now getting sent to the side there of Falcons, finding themselves smack dab center zone. A lot of contention now going to come through on that southern and western edge. You can see R8, Brute Force, as well as Next coming in on the west. And down south, essentially the rest of the lobby. Right, so everyone going to be looking to vie for a bit of a positioning here. And I think at this point, Easy is not going to have it all that easy, as they are going to be contested with several teams looking for a bit of a position to move in towards. Of course, CONQUEROR Iraq. Yet to see them pop off. Miramar also proving to be one of their more challenging maps, based on the previous season. Hopefully this season we'll see that improvement also from their end coming in. R8, one of the teams that found themselves a bit of a chicken, and also making their way on in. Ooh, NASR getting dealt dirty there as Dammy comes through with the spray. Crypto now on the front line, cooking up the nade. Oh, beautiful retaliation here as Twisted move on in. Crypto just getting down to business, ripping it up and fighting player after player. Now it's down to Xenox and Starch, but down goes Xenox. Starch now having to defend. Twisted Minds looking to just bring in as aggressive of a performance as they can. Damina on the edge, trying to ride the ridge, and that is going to be NASR rather, having their ticket bunch. Down they go, 16th place and not a single point. R8 just up ahead. Well, we see Twisted Minds now build up that momentum, just bulldoze their way through this lobby. They might get a little twisted. Easy Evo Station, the rest of the team here, holding it nice and steady. Oh, R8 not even having an opportunity to really come up with a defensive strategy here as Twisted just continues to reach on in. Meanwhile, as we move down towards the southern side, it is going to be the ARB champions. Moving up into Graveyard rather. RTG towards that northern side. I mean, this is actually an interesting position being held here by RTG, as you can see the high ground allows them great visibility down towards the southern side. Yes, Mohammed, and I am solo casting this season as well, the same as the spring season. So, well, this is what we're going to do, right? We're going to take you through all the action as the teams continue to move up. Nice little bit of a shift. I think that is going to be a nice position now for Vision as they find themselves close to center zone. Mohammed, that is on PMPL Arabia that you, PMPL Africa. We have two other casters casting with me. Mr. Grounds, he was in the chat earlier, and the other one is Esproxy. But for PMPL Arabia, it is just me. And that is where the excitement lies, right? But in the meanwhile, let's see what Pablo and the rest of the Falcons are going to be bringing through, as they are kind of in the middle of nowhere, at a bit of a crossroad. Javian saying that NASR are going to be playing aggressive the next match. I mean, sure, because they definitely can't play aggressive this match, right? They are not here anymore. W7 yet to show us what they've got. We've got Waleed and the rest of the crew now just playing towards that western side of zone. Looking to find a bit of a compound to move into. Ooh, there we go. Now they are going to be facing off against AZ as Twisted now start to rotate right past them. It doesn't seem like they are looking to lock in just yet. Oh, AZ getting met with the shots. That vehicle going up in smoke. Oh, it's a W7. Oh. Nice bit of coverage that they've got there, but it does seem like Twisted not going to be looking to stay around as they continue to move a little bit further afield. NIGMA Galaxy, they are in Group D, so they'll be back in the next match. They are sitting this one out. ONYX Raven's not going to be sitting out on anything as they get right down to business. Oh, dialing up the aggression, but of course, the Arab champions proving to be quite an aggressive team as we saw them picking up 11 eliminations in the previous match. So far, looking to build up a bit of a momentous play here. Some are about to be brought back on their feet. ONYX Ravens also now just licking their wounds, but the blue zone is going to be moving in. Up comes Quest with the upsets. ONYX Ravens not going anywhere. Mon and Kante looking to crash the party, but the blue zone might get the better of Kante as they are going to be running and gunning, and down they go. ARB champions locking in their first elimination. Quest getting sent back with only 2 eliminations up. But ARB champions not out of the woods just yet. They still need to get themselves out of this blue zone. They're just on the very edge of that zone as it does now move up in towards a more centralized positioning. But again, quite a bit of contention coming through, especially for the teams finding themselves on those outlying regions, right? So the ARB champions, for instance, that we can see down towards that more southern side. Sly in a very similar position as well. But next now, just sneaking their way on in. Coming through from that northwestern side, of course, they got W7 and Brute Force to contend with here. So let's see if that experience from Brute Force is going to prevail. So 2 of our new teams in this PMPL, W7 and Next, not going at each other's throats. Of course, not new players per se, but definitely new names. You can see Nawaf. Ooh. Trying to ride the smoke, looking for that opportunity. Dummy in the meanwhile is downed. AZ going through for that res. ARB champions, though, getting taken out in 14th. Only 1 elimination up. R8 Ida coming through with a beautiful spray with a mini 14. But now look at this. Oh, you see the kill feed starting to light up. We got KR, Twisted, and R8. Now just converging down on each other. See if Twisted will be able to get themselves out of the situation. The pressure is building. Ali and the rest of KR trying to reach across with the utilities. They succeed. There's explosions all over the place. But a very unfortunate play for the side of Twisted Minds, as they will not continue though. 6 elims. All the way in 13th place. I mean, quite a bit of aggressive play coming through there from Twisted. But running into a position like this, it's just unfortunate, right? RTG, R8 also now continuing on with the onslaught. Rather, it is RTG, Kalaga, coming through, reaching in, trying to see if they can maybe supply a bit of an upset here. Vigors, also a familiar name coming through there, but look at that SK ton on the defensive. Oh, here we go now, the push coming through. Hassan trying to spray them down. Well, unfortunately for SK Ton, it is going to be a monster truck, a big, easy moving target. So no luck in evading the spray, at least not for the time being. Meanwhile, the rest of R8 inching their way forward. Ida could bring in another phenomenal nade, but Besikta just on the opposite end there. Also no stranger to the aggression. Thank you for the compliment, Mohammed. But here we go. Oh, the hit is there. Now Prestige having to defend. And this could be KR-E-SPORTS bringing all the upsets. But it's not over just yet. Prestige. Oh, yes. Well, now it is. A very unfortunate play there for R8. DBS just so dang nasty. Don't be silly, as I call it, right? DBS. I know it's actually double barrel shotgun, but DBS, don't be silly. Sounds so much better. And meanwhile, ONYX Ravens, RTG down on that southern edge. Seems like a bit of an uphill battle here for the ONYX Ravens. They found a bit of an opportunity onto Fashe coming through there from Slime Machine. Now RTG just waiting in anticipation to see whether or not ONYX Ravens are going to be looking to rush straight on forward over the hill. And up and beyond. Vision. Oh, here we go. Kalaga again coming through with the long range hits. TP not going to let that one slide for free. RTG though moving up into the compounds. Looking to see if they can find a bit of a safe haven. Down to a 3-piece they are. But as we know, Kalaga, Rio, Groza. Still some formidable opponents. Here we go now. Vision down to Discrim and Saif. As Vision have now started to take up a very centralized positioning within that zone. Also, they are blessed with a beautiful loot crate coming through. Can't say the same for Broody Fruities as the Myrrh. Well, it goes right on down. Getting caught out in the open. Besikta also now getting met with a beautiful nade as Hero sends it in. Dika waiting on the edge. Ali needs to be very careful not to peek over that ridge because the headshot is imminent. Up comes Yakuza. Oh, Hassan now meeting them with aggression. UMP spray down. Just uprooting them, ripping them right out of that vehicle. W7 showing a good balance of aggression here. Also just reading the terrain, utilizing the position that they've got. But of course, they are not secured just yet. They still need to push forward, get themselves up into the zone itself. And of course, with that nade now coming through from Hassan, it is going to be proving to be ever more challenging. Waleed, also a familiar name in the PMPL. Oh, let's see what they are going to be bringing through as they now have to defend the honor of the team. Hassan knocking on the door. They want to get the job done, but there we go. UMP v UMP. Well, the UMP is the one to win, right? W7, unfortunately, getting sent out in 11th place, though. 2 eliminations up, so they do have points on the board. KR, rather. Not done just yet. Taking a bit of a swing here at the side of the Falcons as well. Gotta appreciate the coverage that KR-E-SPORTS are bringing in here. 2-1 split. But up they come. They are going to make the most out of it. Not going to relinquish anything to the side there of Falcons. But this is going to be quite a bit of a test now for Salam and Pablo. As the rest of the team are reliant on their survivability. Meanwhile, look at the side of Quest though. Well, this is CONQUEROR rather. CONQUEROR. Nice, beautiful southern position. Moving their way on through. Shaco and the rest of the team now. Curious to see how they're going to rotate out of this one. As you can see, an immense cliff just up ahead of them. Oh. But KR already sitting on a very comfortable 11 eliminations. So, you know, there's going to be so much opportunity still lying in wait for them. Meanwhile, Brute Force having a bit of a tough time. Bit of a tough run on the first Miramar of the season. Yeah, Mustache, I think you're on a different feed. Maybe you're behind. Maybe you gotta speed up. Maybe you're pulling an Ellen on yourself. You might be 2 minutes behind. But either which way, Ador definitely not gonna sit and wait for something to come their way as Brute Force starts to move a little bit closer in towards center zone. They do, however, get spotted out as Jafar hits in from afar. Oh, and down goes Ado. We did see Jafar last season being really good at those range hits, and of course, absolutely insane with the DBS up close. Let's see what the gangsters are going to bring through this time around as A-Buddy now looks to reach into the side there of Conquerors. Nice nade, but not really finding anything. Oh, Hassan with 8 Elam solo. Yes, that is very, very impressive indeed. As you can see the damage there on the edge of the screen as well. Now as we move back into the points, you can see still 2 teams holding on to full squads. It's going to be CONQUEROR and Vision. But I don't think, yeah, CONQUEROR are not going to be holding on to 4 players for much longer. As the gangsters looks to descend down upon them. Fortunately, beautiful retaliation play coming in, but it is going to be a lot of noise being made. That draws in the rest of the teams. As Jafar again now looks to capitalize and utilize that high ground positioning. Oh, Brute Force, down they go. No surprise really, because looking at where they were positioned, you know, the angles that they had to work with. So challenging. But here we go. Kevin now finding Tiger. 1 down, a few more to go. Oh, J9 getting picked up as well. Shaco holding steady, but then Nate could be the end. Kevin, meanwhile, goes right on down. Yeah, Habib. I agree with you on that one. KR-E-SPORTS just absolutely popping off, but it's great to see because I was curious to know what they'll be bringing in, and does seem like it is going to be a bucket load of aggression. Meanwhile, oh, Pablo gets the confirmation in, and that is going to be the side of CONQUEROR Iraq getting wiped off the map. Down they go, down to the final 6 teams we are, and it's going to be Vision and Slime Machine holding on to that zonal positioning. KR, RTG, Falcons, and the Gangsters are having to try and close the ground. Close that gap up, get themselves secured. But for KR to have a phenomenal run, they need to get themselves secured in zone. Right, looking at the terrain, it is going to be challenging because RTG, they have a beautiful vantage point. Slime Machine, I also appreciate the setup that they've got going here. But RTG, also not 100% secured, right? Still have to get themselves just a little bit further, just past that white line. And then they can let all hell rain down. But now Ali try to make a quick run for it. Unfortunately, Groza spots them. Luckily, those mini 14 shots do not connect. Up goes the push. KR now quickly repositioning just onto the edge of zone. Ooh, here we go. RTG up ahead. I like this play coming through from KR. It does seem like Ali is having a bit of a tough time locking in those sprays. Ooh, there we go. The hits are now finding their way towards Groza. Gotta watch out though. Because if you can see them, there's a good chance that they can see you. Down goes the Rio though. Oh, Groza also getting found. Oh, come on RTG, Kalaga, you gotta survive. KR now just continuing with their relentless effort. Of course, Vision gonna come through with a bit of a third-party upset here, looking to reach in. Oh, Hassan is in trouble. Vision still holding on to a full 4-piece. The only team left on 4. Sly sitting on 3 players. We can see them now occupying that southeastern side of zone. But there we go, blue zone getting the upper hand. Down goes Kalaga. We are left with our final 5 teams. It's going to be Jafar and A Buddy coming in there for the side of the lovely gangster squad. But who's going to kick it? Sly, only 1 Elam to their name. That's all they've got. Vision though, sitting on 5. Big carry coming through here from TP and of course their teammate. But Pablo, Salam, just hugging the edge of that zone. They've got a few seconds left. Then they have to try and close the gap. Get themselves within that next secured region. Same can be said for the side of the gangsters here, as we can see them also just occupying the northeastern side. But up comes the approach. Vision, I sincerely hope that they've got this region under lockdown, as they are going to get contested from all angles. You can see the teams now just moving closer and closer, trying to get themselves in. Pablo definitely contemplating using a bit of utility to blaze their way up in towards the zone. I mean, the only compounds that we have left is occupied by Vision. And look at that beautiful 1-1-1-1 split they've got, right? Covering as many angles as they can. But now let's see, can they uphold the positioning? Because if they can lock it down, they could be looking at a glorious winner chicken dinner. But this is an immense improvement coming through from the side of Vision. I mean, right out of the gate, phenomenal play, good strong numbers, making it all the way up onto here. But now we've got a bit of a standoff, right? This is phase number 9, the final phase. There is no more blaze after this. It's come down to the wire. Vision have a bit of a center zone positioning. Or gangsters creeping up on Sly Machine. So there could be a little bit of that edge zone upset coming through. But it's all going to come down to these final 2 minutes. That is all we have left. That is it. Oh, mustache with Navi Esports, yes. It's just a pity they're not playing here. But here we go. Hassan now about to get tested as the utility comes in. Down they go. Slam dunk for Pablo. KR-E-SPORTS getting sent back with 11 Elams. Glorious run coming through from them. Unfortunately, having to settle for that 5th position. But now, it is going to be the Falcons knocking on the door. And it is Vision denying them access. Down they go. Down to the final 2 teams we are. It is going to be Vision up against Sly. A 4v3. But here we go. Now, oh, come on. Vision, you could have this one in the bag, and it does seem like they are going to be looking to mount a super aggressive push, but that ridgeline could still work out in favor of Sly. Oh, here we go. 13 are getting met with the shots, and down they go. Vision taking themselves the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing, amazing play. That is their first winner chicken dinner, even from last season. So Vision definitely stepping up the performances here. There is no arguing that. I mean, what a play though. I mean, Vision, they've not yet had any success, right? If we look at what they did in the previous season, right? Previous season, in 30 Miramars that they played, no winner chicken dinners, right? Come the fall season, the first Miramar they play, they secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. So mad respect going out to the side of their Vision. Absolutely phenomenal performance. And we look to see even more of that come through as we move into the remainder of the season. I mean, this is only the start, right? This is only the second match. We got so many more to come. So it's going to be absolutely exciting to see if the teams are going to be able to uphold all the momentum that they are creating within these first few days. As we know, there's so many setups that can still come on through. But of course, you got to give it to the side there of Vision. Absolutely phenomenal. Of course, maintaining that 4-player number count all the way to the very end. Speaking about 4-number player counts, right? It is going to be a glorious 20. Well, that's the 2020 play for Vision, right? Securing themselves 20 points, 10 of which has come through from their eliminations. 11 elims, though, going over to the side there of KR-E-SPORTS. So a very healthy amount to just bank there. Of course, Twisted Minds walking away with 6. We can see that we've got RTG and FALCONS sitting on 5 elims apiece. But as we move a little bit further down, NASR, unfortunately, not getting themselves anything, right? So Quest also having a glorious run in the first match, getting themselves that winner chicken dinner this time around, having to settle for something slightly different. But also got to commend the performance coming through from the side here of W7, though. I mean, they tried to hold their own, really trying to meet all the challenges up front, but unfortunately, it was what it was, right? Or it is what it is. Take it as you will. But a very exciting Miramar, of course, as we know, right? This is only the first Miramar of the day. We still have one more to come, but we are going to be looking at a little bit of a different loadout with regards to those teams. Tapuk, I mean, it might be, right? Are you talking about TP? TPKKKKK. That one. Could be. I mean, if it is Tapuk, then yes. Then Tapuk is here. Oh, what a beautiful nade there. Oh, slam dunk it was. Falcons tried their utmost to rush on forward, but Vision, they had their eyes on the prize. But look at KR though. I mean, 1900 damage, managing 11 eliminations out of that. But the strongest conversion rate definitely lies with the side there of Vision. As you can see, 10 eliminations coming out of 1400 damage. So a very strong performance on their end, right? Not a lot of wastage with regards to locking in those elims. So well done to them. I mean, Twisted Minds also putting up a very healthy count when it comes to the damage there. Same can be said for RTG and R8 as well, but unfortunately not having at the same amount of eliminations. Hassan, though, stealing the show, locking in the most eliminations, the most damage, and of course, getting those 2 assists, right? Those 2 nades finishes coming in with Groza getting the longest hit, 396 meters. Well, numbers are tripping me up a bit today. And Prepod getting the greatest distance traveled, but you got to commend the side here of KR-E-SPORTS. A really phenomenal showing that they've brought in. First match, very exciting for them. Second match, another beautiful smash hit coming through. Of course, if we look back to the first match, KR-E-SPORTS managed themselves 4 eliminations. Now add the 11 that we just had to that, 15 points. I mean, that is a very healthy dose. Of course, we are going to be looking at what the standings are as well to see where the teams find themselves after these matches. And of course, quite a bit of excitement yet to come as we are going to be heading over into Sanhok for our next game. Right, so that means that Group D are going to be joining us back on the battlefield. Group C are going to be sitting this one out. So that is going to be Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, RTG, as well as Twisted Minds. They're going to be having a bit of a break. So it's going to be the opportunity now for GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, as well as Triple to showcase their talents as they move over into the lovely Sanhok. And it could be a very sweaty play, right? We're expecting that to be the situation because it is Sanhok, a map that really lends itself to aggression, a lot of that close quarter combat, and some very tough situations for teams to work with. But in the meanwhile, let's see what is going to be the play here. Tapuk is everywhere. Oh, there we go. All right, so if you guys have any predictions as to what you think could be the outcome moving up into Sanhok, that will have to wait, right, as we are going to be taking a look at our map breakdown. Our overall points is going to be Quest sitting at the top of the board with 21 points to their name Vision, now just flying up, right, not having any points, but now sitting on 20. Absolutely amazing. AR beat champions and KR sharing that lovely 18-point position. And of course, we've got Sly as well as Team Falcons doing the same, but with 10 points to the name. RTG, good bit of balance there. 7 placement points, 7 eliminations. So it is looking pretty exciting. Of course, well, you can see the winner chicken dinner part. The next column up is the amount of matches that the teams have played up to date. So it's safe to say that at least all the teams within this first stretch of the leaderboard, all the way down towards that 16th position, everyone has points. We need to see what the situation is moving down onto the final page. That final little smidgen of points. Of course, well, we've had all our teams now stepping out on the field. On the third page, we've not yet seen that, but from what I can see is that is where we've got CONQUEROR, Triple, W7, as well as GEEKAY. The points, yeah, not there just yet, but there's still quite a few opportunities here today to try and secure as many of those points as they can possibly find. So it's going to be a race, right? A big race for teams to try and secure themselves. We are going to be hopping into a few of the highlights as well. No, we already looked at those. Never mind me. So the only thing up next is, well, we wait for the map to load. That's it, right? Maybe we'll have some nice chill music coming through once again. We've seen on Sanhok in the past that sometimes it proves to be a little bit challenging with loading up, right? So normally when we've got rehosts, normally happens on Sanhok. It was a situation of on Miramar, but hopefully it's going to be smooth sailing moving forward from this point onwards. So if you guys have any predictions, let me know in the chat so we can see what you think is going to be happening moving into the lovely Sanhok itself. Real chat be chatting, yes. But there we go. It is going to be Sanhok. Now, if we look back to the previous season to get a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting moving into this one, right? Looking at the, we've got 17 teams that we had in the previous season, so we have a little bit of something to rely on right now. Last season, the first Sanhok of the season, of course, went over to the side there of RTG, who walked away with a glorious 14 elimination, rather, winner chicken dinner, 24 points in total. But in general, the best performing team that we had on the map of Sanhok was the players coming through from the side of R8. And in fact, we do have R8 joining us on the battlefield. So, there is a bit of a expectance for them, looking to see whether or not they are going to be able to replicate those efforts. I mean, also looking at what we had over on Miramar, Brute Force was the strongest performing team with regards to their success when it came to winner chicken dinners. First Miramar, bit of a tough run. So I don't know exactly. When it comes to my predictions, I don't know. Right? I'm not one to really make predictions. For me, it is going to be the team that's got the guns that drop in the spot that are going to be rotating, moving into that final zone. That team, that's the one that's going to be taking it. But of course, if you guys want to bless us with your opinions as well, right, head on over onto social media. Hit us up on YouTube, which you are watching on already. Thank you so much. Then we got Facebook and, of course, TikTok. So let me know your predictions. Let me know your thoughts, right? Do you think we are going to be looking at the same outcome for this season as we had in the spring season? Or do you think we are going to be having a lot of upsets, right? Already out of the gate, first 2 games today, they've been upsets. So let's see if that trend is going to continue. So as I was saying, R8, the best performing team when it comes to the map of Sanhok. Of course, RTG, Road to Glory, also one of the other strong contenders, but unfortunately they are not going to be playing in the Sanhok. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they can maybe bring in a bit of a performance, right? So we'll have to wait for that one. Also then, the players from QuestE-SPORTS, they were our 3rd best performing team, seeing themselves a grand total of 97 points on Sanhok itself. So, the expectation is there. Will there be more watching? Oh, there will be more watching then, yes. I mean, we got to do what we got to do, right? Yeah, we are only broadcasting on this one right here. Silence before the storm, 100%. Speaking about storms, we are going to be storming into the lobby because we got some tunes. We got some beats, right? Now that is the cue that we are loading up. We are just about to hop on in. And here we go. Alright, so heading up into Sanhok. Lovely cinematic preview while we wait for that flight path to be revealed. Where are you guys from? We are from Earth. That is the safest answer that one can give at this point. Of course, now speaking about safe, a very safe flight path, but as we know, Sanhok flight paths, they don't matter all that much. What is going to be more important is where this first zone is going to be appearing. So if you want to give your prediction for that first zone, do it quick, fast, before the zone reveals itself. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking at our teams. Now looking to get themselves dispersed, positioned, and all the other lovely things that they normally do. But of course, NIGMA are going to be taking their usual location up in towards, I think that's now come down south. Of course, Sami also in the position there. Javian saying that they are training for PMPL. 1 and 2, they'll be here in 1 to 2 years time. I mean, Javian, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Right, you know where to find me. I am right here. I'm waiting to see your name on the screen. For now, we'll have to settle for your name in the chat. Ooh, we gotta have a bit of a hot drop though. Look at our 10. It's gonna be KR and W7. W7 gonna be put to the test. Out comes the shots. Ooh, that is between Triple and NASR. Yeah, Dam already getting hit with a bit of a connection there. Xenox, Spec, and the rest of this crew now moving on through NASR. Apparently are going to be popping off this match, right? That is the prediction that we saw coming through in the previous match. NASR, of course, the first team out over on the lovely Miramar. So let's see what their approach is going to be this time around. Result also going to be, well, resulting to some interesting approaches here as they have been very isolated. Only one left there for the side of Triple. Meanwhile, KR finding W7. Please wait while we load the action. There we go. And it's going to be Vigors now locking it in. Oh, I mean, a beautiful showing here already. W7 losing 2 players, or potentially 2. But Besiktas now having to keep it nice and steady. So we know Besiktas, Vigors, and Ali, no strangers. Hassan, also no stranger. I don't think I've seen them in the same team before, though. Might be. It's maybe just me misreading things, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, Triple, yep, they are going to be the first team out. And that is the result, right? Result got taken on down. Apparent prediction there that from Muhammad that NIGMA are going to be taking this winner chicken dinner. I mean, it's surprising that you say that because last season, this was the toughest map for NIGMA. They were absolute monsters on Erangel and Miramar. But Sanhok, they only got 42 points. That's it. Right. They were also the team that got the least amount of placement points. They only found 5 placement points out of 15 games, right? So let's see, maybe they are going to be looking to bring in that improvement this season. As we got Othman now getting off there as Gaith reaches in. We got Ricardo also just holding in on the edge. This could be a little bit of a setup. Meanwhile, we can see Quest and R8 also getting ready for some action. Of course, if you missed the action in the early stage of the game, this is how Triple got reduced down to 1. Bandar, Emad, and Dam. Yeah, getting taken on down. Reduced to dust, and that is all she wrote. Meanwhile, Esketon not just enjoying a few spoils here. But R8 also yet to step up. Coming into this match with only 4 points to their name. So this is the ideal game for them to try and bring in that. Of course, you can see the predictions there as well. Quest, R8, Gangsters, and NIGMA. 2 votes, though, going for the side there of R8. So let's see whether or not they're going to hold up to the expectation. Gaith, though, with a great capitalization of the high ground. Really looking to milk as much out of that position as they possibly can. The rest of the team for GEEKAY are going to be making their way through the lovely boot camp. AV, it seems like Coops is a bit ill, under the weather. Not feeling 100%, right? We prefer having Coops at 100%. So I'm sure Coops will be back when Coops is feeling better. In the meanwhile, Gaith feeling like $100. Chilling up on the hill, rocking out, finding that Elam. ARB champions, though. We did see quite a bit of aggression from them coming through in that first match, right? 11 eliminations. But this is not that. This is a close quarter map. Team's really going to be forced to do something amazing here. Meanwhile, players here from Slime Machine coming into the match, as we saw before, sitting with those 10 points to their name, 4 of which are due to eliminations. Let's see if Slime Machine could maybe get a little bit of that aggression coming through here as well. Right, so it's the quiet before the storm. Right, so I hope you all have your popcorn ready because it is going to start popping off very, very soon. NIGMA, though, are going to be rushing up towards Quarry. They've got the players there from NEX as well as CONQUEROR. Position just up ahead of them. You can see NEX up on the ridge line. So what we have, NIGMA rushing straight on forward. Are they going to be riding the edge? Could they maybe cook up a bit of a something here along the way? Mexico trying to bring in that spice. But it's all just wait. Right? That is what it is. KR-E-SPORTS now getting enveloped by the blue zone. Same can be said there for the side of NASR. Both teams, of course, situated towards that western side of zone. Hey, there we go. There's Coops. Yay. So it seems Coops is feeling better. I don't know if Coops is 100%, but hey, Coops is Coops. Alright, Haruki saying big ups there to IKURD. Well, we are yet to see IKURD bring in something here. I mean, currently coming into this match, we do have IKURD sitting on 11 points, 8 eliminations. Ooh. Got a little bit of a connection there towards that center zone position as well. So as we can see, we've lost a few players along the way. The entirety of Triple, W7 reduced down to 1, NIGMA losing 1, Quest, as well as Next X also then losing 1. I don't think NIGMA are going to feel all too phased. Not having a full squad to rotate their way through here. I mean, they can still make quite a bit happen with only a 3-piece. And they also have Coops in there, right? Coops that was an MVP. MVP player from the previous season. So let's see, will we see a lot of that Coopsness coming through yet again? Vision now riding high on adrenaline, locking in that winner chicken dinner. Oh, beautiful spray from Mexico. See, I told you Mexico is going to look to bring the spice, and that is exactly what they did. There we go. Falcons also now trying to get themselves situated. Falcons just on the edge of zone, squeezing through up in towards cave. As you can see, they have a bit of contention here as well. Of course, it is going to be a side of vision just lurking behind them. You got to be careful. Can't risk it all just yet. It's still the early game. But a nice 2-2 split coming through from the side of Falcons here. They are ready for the action. Oh, but it's going to be TP hitting the head on the edge. Damar never alone. Trying to cover the flank. Up comes the utility. Pablo secures the knock. It's a good response coming through from Falcons. Let's see, are we going to have this play out the way it's played out many times before? The team comes in with a winner chicken dinner, and then they have a bit of a tough run in the next match. W7, they're going to be our second team getting shipped out. Down they go, not a single point to their name. Very unfortunate play. But Falcons still could get the upper hand here. They have the numbers advantage. Neither one really having the positional advantage as both teams are situated on the edge. But Salam, nice sneaky rotation coming in alongside Discrim. We got Volt and Saif still holding on the edge. But this is where the upsets could come through because we can see the players there from CONQUEROR also just holding on this side. So nothing is secure until it is secure. But here we go. Salam now trying to push forward. Ooh, so many teams held in the vicinity. Seems like the Gangsters also having a bit of a tough run as they are pushing in alongside the players from the Falcons. This could be a very challenging spot for both the Falcons and, of course, Vision. There's a bit of a sandwich coming through. It does seem like Falcons are going to be looking to dip out of dodge. Not looking to stay around much longer as they want to prioritize that positioning. The zone is going to pop as well. It is going to be taking us just down on towards NIGMA. So Krups and the rest of the crew can now sit and feel very comfortable as they don't have to move a muscle. Just going to be sitting there waiting to see what the next zone is going to be bringing in. And if there is going to be any potential takers for that rush forward on towards them. Lord, in the meanwhile, does get hit. Down they go. Damardo finds a bit of an opportunity on towards Saif and Falcons. Having a very tough run, but you can say exactly the same about the players coming through from Vision. I mean, both teams rotating up side by side. We are yet to see what the Gangsters are going to be bringing through. As we got a Walsh and the rest of the crew from Gangsters still just hugging that blue. Oh, Ali though with the upset finds Pablo. So IKURD looking to capitalize on all the third-party opportunities they can find. I mean, this is Sanhok. It is a map that really lends itself towards that. Make too much noise, you are going to be drawing in quite a bit of trouble. But Vision trying to just bring back the full force of their 3 players that they've got. I mean, a very exposed res, but so far so good as Saif. Yep, is back on their feet. Falcons not going to be jumping out the opportunity. But we do see quite a bit of tension building up north now as we got R8 and Slime Machine looking to get the zone under lockdown. Of course, Quest moving in behind them, coming in from the north. So that could also bring in a little bit of a challenging angle to try and defend. It does seem like R8, we've got pretty good possession of the elevation here. So if anyone wants to try and rotate up towards them, they should be well aware of those potential plays. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Gangsters now finding next. No, that's GEEKAY, never mind me. And they continue to just control the Painan position. We did see NextX finding the few sprays a few earlier on. A little bit earlier on. Probably helps if I English properly again, right? But now, it is going to be a fight for control of at least the eastern side. Gangsters, Sly, Vision, Falcons. We got CONQUEROR in here. We got Quest as well. So it is essentially 6 teams now fighting for possession of the east. Oh, there we go. Easy now coming in with a DBS. Down they go. Ooh, beautiful spray though. Slime Machine. Bring in a bit of a response. Unfortunately, they do lose attacker. Quest holding on to a 2P. Skante now. Not quite sure if they were planning on being a sacrificial play there, but either which way, down they go. Gangsters still holding on to Jafar and a buddy. Got Walsh also just hanging in the wing. But are they going to find that play? Mondo needs to play it exceptionally cautious at this point. Because the hope of the team now relying solely on their shoulders. But here we go. GEEKAY. They've had possession of Painan for quite some time. Painan very centered up in that zone. So let's see, will they be able to hold on and just dominate? But now they have to face quite a bit of a challenge. We can see so many teams in the vicinity, all going to be looking for their position. All going to be looking to squeeze themselves up into what is left of the Sanhok match. Nawaf now keeping it nice and quiet. Doesn't want to be found out just yet, but at some point, something will need to happen. Oh, beautiful hit. DBS finds the first now. Oh, there we go. All hope is restored. As next X gets taken down, 14th place with 1 Elam up. Meanwhile, there's going to be the Gangsters, Jafar and Walsh. Now pushing forward onto the side of IKURD. Rather rotating beyond them. But IKURD could still look to capitalize. We can see Golden now moving up, trying to see if they can maybe lock those sights on target. Oh, but they have to contend against the side of NASR. We're doing exactly the same. Oh, very, very risky play from Jafar, but they do find hope. It is a little bit of wheeling and dealing as they make their way up into Painan. I mean, that is definitely one way to get your foothold secured. The Gangsters now moving in, taking up some space. Quest, meanwhile, will get shipped out. Out they go. 2 Elams to their name. We are left with 12 remaining teams. Not a lot of space to work with, but the zone has also not yet been fully decided right. Is it going to be a Painan zone? Is it going to pull to the fields? We don't know. But the Gangsters and GEEKAY getting ready for a bit of a fight here. You can see that blue zone closing up. NASR, ARB champions, KONQUEROR-E-SPORTS, IKURD, FALCONS, all now getting caught on the outside of zone. But with that, in one fell swoop, the FALCONS get taken on down. Vision, Saif now having a bit of an opportunity, a little bit of a saving grace there. Could maybe look to find some kind of rotation to get themselves secured. But as you can see, it is going to be very, very challenging because they got NIGMA, they got CONQUEROR, as well as IKURD and R8 held up ahead of that position. So good luck to Saif. ARB champions though, they're not going to mess around. They just come flying up into Painan, sneaking in behind Santa, knocking on the door. R8 also now rotating up towards the northern side. Ooh, completely opposite angle. I mean, the unfortunate part about this is that all these trees are really blocking their vision. They're not going to have the easiest role moving up into its Painan. It's going to be a very touch and go play. I think if they were maybe a little bit more towards the south, could maybe be an easier approach. But we'll see how they handle the situation here. In the meanwhile, there's going to be a fight for control of that southern edge, with NASR now trying to get it under lockdown. Hassan, the final hopeful, left now for the side here of KONQUEROR-E-SPORTS. Huddling up in that little shack. Very, very low. Doesn't seem like they've got any meds on them. Otherwise, they would have healed up already. GEEKAY now is starting to pop out the windows. They want to capitalize. IKURD trying to time the shots to perfection. Trying to just get a beautifully timed rotation to move on in. But CONQUEROR Iraq just doubling down, finding Ali. Now it's up to Golden and Unknown, but the blue zone is not going to be kind, as it is just laying on the damage. Unknown getting caught with a bit of a spray there. Crazy now trying to get the confirmation in. As the zone does move over towards that north. Now applying even more pressure on the side of NIGMA, NASR, IKURD, and of course the players going through from CONQUEROR Iraq. CONQUEROR, fortunately, though, not having as much pressure, as they do have those compounds already secured on towards the eastern side of zone. But they need to just hope that the zone does bless them a little while longer. Meanwhile, it's going to be the ARB champions knocking on the doors as they move through Painan. Yet to find a foothold. Sly, GEEKAY, and Gangsters waiting in anticipation. They can hear the, the footsteps. They can hear all the movement. I don't know if it's going to head in their direction just yet. Ragnar now. So just chilling. I mean, it's a good position being held there by the side of GK. I mean, they're on the western edge of zone. They have the compounds. A lot of safety to play from. But now NASR going to come full send forward. IKURD, though, gets sent out. Having settled for 9th place. Only 2 eliminations to their name. Out comes the UMPs, the DBSs. They are going to start flying all over the place. There we go, Jafar again hitting it up with the mollies though, the nades, the utilities. Oh, but NASR now holding on to 2-piece is going to be Starch. And Xenox having to defend their honor. Down they go, Walsh taking a bit of a beating there. Jafar looking very cool, collected and calm. Santa gonna have a bag full of goodies just waiting around the corner, and off comes the push. The rush is in. Jafar letting loose, and down they go. NASR getting absolutely swooped off this map. Santa reaching in. I was talking about that bag of goodies, and there we go. Oh, effortless play from Santa with that S12K. Gangsters now having to settle for 6th place. At least 7 eliminations to their name. So the points are on the board. Down to the final 5 teams we are. ARV champions again making it up into the late game. Koops and Co now just hanging in the wing. Ooh, Raouf not going to survive that devastating blue. The Koops still alive. See if they are going to be able to secure at least a decent finish, right? Are they going to get top 3? Are they going to get top 2? We don't know just yet. But here we go, though. It's going to be Molly's. Hey, Danica, welcome, welcome, welcome. Game number 3 is absolutely sweaty. Look at these nades. Lasava now reaching across right onto the edge there of Ragnarok, but it overshoots and down goes Osama. R8 could still maybe pull a rabbit out of the hat on this one. As you can see, Ida, Ragnarok to holding steady. Smoker quickly popping off before the blue zone gets them. GK though, sneaking in and staking that. What a chicken dinner. Amazing play coming through from GK. I mean, this is their 2nd winner chicken dinner this season. Right? I mean, well, this year for 2023 on Sanhok. So well done to GK. They got 1 chicken dinner last season. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the season. So I love how the teams are just bringing in the upsets, right? I mean, bringing in either a very similar or stronger performance than what we had come through in the previous season. So big ups going out to the side there of GK. I mean, we were waiting for GK to get that first winner chicken dinner when it came to the lovely map of Erangel. But, you know, it is what it is. And, of course, they then stepped up to the plate, moving into game number 3. So, well done to GK. Very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. But, of course, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is. How many points all our respective teams were able to secure coming off the back of this last match. Of course, a very, very sweaty play. But speaking about points, let's take a look at it, right? It is going to be GK walking away with a glorious 20 points to their name. 10-10. Yes, 10 out of 10. Phenomenal. R8 securing themselves a lovely 12-pointer. Now, this is good to see coming through from the side of R8, right? As I mentioned before, R8, they were our strongest performing team when it came to Sanhok in the previous season. So good that they show that consistency across the board. However, Triple W7 having a little bit of a tough run. Taking a stop at the donut shop, right? But it is what it is, of course. Here are the replays. DK, remember, these are replays. Well, thank you, DK. I shall remember that. NASR should have won if they fought NIGMA first. Yeah, could have been. You know, shoulda, coulda, woulda. But it is what it is, right? The teams brought through what they brought through. I loved the scratch, though, coming in from Jafar. A very hopeful push, but it worked out regardless. Right, and this is Santa and the rest of the crew. Yes, I know it doesn't say Santa, but that's the name I say. Right, you can call Santa whatever you want to call Santa, but I call them Santa. Of course, Coop's also bringing in a bit of a spray to secure that one elimination from what we saw there. But not the easiest play this time around for Twisted, right? Oh, but you got to give it up to Smoker, though. That was a phenomenal spray right there onto Gaith. Almost got Santa, and then the blue zone did its thing. GEEKAY walking away with nearly 1,500 damage, getting 10 eliminations out of that, but the strongest conversion rate is held by the side of GANGSTERS, getting themselves 1,085 damage, and also managing 7 eliminations out of that. But a very aggressive hand coming through from CONQUEROR and FALCONS. As you can see, both teams hitting in excess of 1,300 damage. So very, very impressive stats coming through. And of course, no surprise, it is Sanhok, a map that really lends itself to that aggression. But of course, well, game number 3, done and dusted. That means we still have 2 more to go. So we have Erangel and Miramar that are going to be coming in to see what the teams are going to be bringing. And of course, by now, all the teams have had the opportunities to play, well, at least one map, right? Maybe some of them have played 2, some have played 3. But of course, as we know, moving into game number 4, this is going to be the last opportunity for the players in Group A. Right, Group B, they're going to be sitting this one out. So Group B consists of KR-E-SPORTS, NEXX, as well as Quest and Sly Machine. In the meanwhile, let's take a look and see what the overall board looks like. Right, it's going to be the ARB champions currently holding on to pole position with a glorious 27-pointer. Vision and KR are going to be sitting on a very comfortable 22 on either side. But, you know, the aggression definitely leaning towards the side there of KR-E-SPORTS. 19 eliminations in total. Only 3 placement points. So, you know, you can bet yourself $1 on it that there's a lot of aggression coming through from KR. I want to see if they are going to be able to uphold that momentum all the way through. But here we have it now. Moving into the next bit, it is going to be that second page all the way towards 16th position. And of course, it is closed out by the players there from NEXX. So only about 8 points separating 16th from 9th place. And it's still early days, so we are not going to be looking at too many upsets coming through. But of course, then we still have 4 teams left on the next page, right? That's the last page, all the way from 16th or 17th rather down to 20th. That is going to be Brute Force sitting on 5 points. We've got ONYX sitting on 3, and then we've got Triple and W7 sitting on 2 points apiece. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? I mean, as I said, it is only day number 1, so a lot can still change moving through the remainder of the day here. So curious to see exactly where that is going to be taking us. It does seem like there is a few things that are just a little bit here, a little bit there, but either which way, it is what it is, right? So for game number 4, we are going to be heading over in towards Erangel yet again. But are we going to be seeing the same kind of performance come through, right? As we know, Quest, they were the team. Well, the answer to my question instantly is no, because Quest, they're not going to be playing this one. But while you ponder your answer and your predictions, right, let's take a quick break. And of course, well, we'll be right back in a short few moments. So don't go anywhere.
Nope. Nope. run it. في معلومات كافية ودعها تجيب لهم اللي يتحمى يوقفهمش إذا كانت رياضيا فيزيائيا
تيجي المتابعة أحداث مجنونة تكون حاضرة الحجي يعاني أمام برستيجو
الحجي على الأول يا ولد يا حجي يا ولد هاتا يا ولد هاتا السبع هو اللي يصير من الآن والنصر تحت رحمة شباب الكويت جبنا ولا صعبة اونكس بنايا نصر ايسبورتس بإسقاط أولي لاعب سولو لاست ون
اعترضوا فيه يخسر تواجد اللاعب صالح ما
بيختبر والصور لم يكن معك وزن مستحيل بيدان هنا في مواجهة مع فريق فيكشن يوم الدخول يلعبون لا 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 احترام شباب الكويت سبورت انتهى الموضوع آخر لاعب في انفو في معلومات كافية ودعها هو مسك الختام وينر تشيكن دينر عن شباب الكويت سبورت
من القطار امام لاعب اخير هو جعفر وغيث قطار
جنون للعظمه للاعبين جيكاي سبورتس كان متدخل اني يا ولد جيكاي القى الحل يا جيكاي ولا النجمه جالاكسي قادرين نعم نقدر اللاعب الاول سبورتس من مكان اخر ساتان يتدخل الفنان عمري الله يا ساتان الفريق له مش مستحيله يا غيث جيبوا يا غيث جيب واحد يا غيث آسي قدامك يا غيث ارفع دمك يا غيث تقدر تجيبها
What's up, guys? Welcome
مين
back.
حيكون رقم
I should probably mute that one so we can get into the thing. I mean, I could also just do the lip sync thing, right? And then I can speak Arabic all of a sudden. That could be amazing, right? But either which way, welcome back. We are getting ready to move into match number 4 right here in the PMPL Arabia Fall Season. Day number 1. There's been a lot of action, a lot of upsets, and of course it is not going to end anytime soon as we still have 2 more games to go. As I mentioned, we are going to be heading into Erangel, after which we are going to be following that up with a little bit of the Miramar action to close off the day. But now, moving into game number 4, we are going to have yet another group set out, and that is going to be the players from Group B, as I mentioned before. So Group A, this is their last opportunity, their last chance today to bring in as much of a performance as they can muster. So ARB champions, CONQUEROR Iraq, NASR, as well as Vision will have to bear it all out on Erangel to show us what they can bring and how they are going to be looking to play through it. I said Erangel, it seems like it's going to be Miramar, so Miramar it is, right? So we are going to be heading straight up in towards that to see what the teams will be bringing in. So that does mean that the game number 5 for today is going to be on Erangel. So game number 4 is Miramar. So if you guys want to give your predictions as to where you think the flight path is going to be coming in, now would be the time to let me know, right? Hit me up so we'll see what is going to be happening here. But yes, everything is about to be revealed, right? As we know, the first Miramar that we had for the day went a slight bit of a different way, right? We were actually seeing the players then from Vision stepping up, claiming themselves that winner chicken dinner. So is that going to be the situation here? We don't know, but let's find out as we are going to be venturing into the match itself. As we know, coming into this game, we do have a few potential things that can happen here, right? Looking at the side of Vision, I mean, they are sitting in third place with 22 points to their name. Central Flight Path, that is what we're getting in here. Crypto doing hard work. Yes, Crypto doing hard work indeed. Ooh. Alright, so we are going to be starting down towards the Puerto Pareso position, heading up to Oasis. So let's see whether or not Oasis is going to be in the game. Will the teams be able to play it? Campo Militar, Oasis, definitely two spots that we don't see receiving all that much love. Right, it is a pretty tough one. Alright, so guys, if you want to give your prediction as to where the zone is going to be going, let me know. Central Flight Path definitely is going to be very nice for these teams to get themselves distributed, situated, and all the such, right? Apparently, we are going to be looking at Chumacera zone, according to Moise. Or Moise, we don't know, right? Chumacera, no one has really moved up into it just yet. Seems like the players are just hugging that position close towards it, and of course the zone does center up on Impala. Now that is going to be an interesting one. I mean, the last time we saw a zone like this was back in the finals of the previous season. Duniga saying west side. No, unfortunately, it's not a west side. I mean, it's going to the east side, right? But hey, you know, it was worth the shot. It was worth a shot indeed. We're listening to some jams while we get the teams ready. Ooh, NIGMA, IKURD, ONYX, Ravens. Very, very close to each other, of course. The Broody Fruities. Brute Force. Also not just going about their business here. Freepart and the rest of the team. One prediction right, one prediction wrong. Sure. Boys, you know. That's what it's all about. Meanwhile, Brute Force, they are going to be rotating up in towards Pozzo. We've got Jihad joining us in the chat as well. Jihad, that's not valid because the link was on on the post. So yes. But either which way, here we go. As we are going to be looking to see what our 16 teams are going to be bringing through. So this is going to be the final match, as I mentioned before, for Group A. So a lot of pressure coming through for them. I mean, so ARB champions, they are currently leading, as you can see at the top of the screen, of course, by 4 points. The other team that we have in here alongside them is going to be the players from CONQUEROR, who are sat all the way in 14th. NASR finding themselves in 15th position. And then, of course, Vision, well, up in 3rd. Right, so ARB champions and Vision having a good run so far. Well, let's see what is going to come through here. Day by day. Hey, Moise, it is what it is, right? I mean, I also sent links out to people, so it is what it is. But either which way, let's see what the teams are going to bring on in. Gangsters now up in Al-Azhar. Very uncontested. We got Jafar also now just exploring their options a little bit. But I'm curious to see what Vision are going to be doing with that Impala position. Very, very curious to see what is going to be happening up in Impala. Here we go. Walid, Dika, all the such. I don't know. I just want to say thank you, right? Thunder, thank you so much for casting English. Thunder, you are most welcome. Thank you so much for being here. But I don't know if you guys saw that video that played in the break now. I mean, some of the memes, oh, they were funny. Those noise effects, absolutely on point. Yes, Questash is indeed here. Mohammed, only here for crypto. You know, Mohammed, we appreciate you regardless, so thank you so much. You know, thank you so much for being here. But either which way, let's see. Right, Let's see what your predictions are. Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be the team to take the dub on this one? Right? Do you think it's going to be one of the teams coming through from Group A, or do you think it's going to be someone else? Right? Because Vision, they got the previous winner chicken dinner, and they are in Group A. So yeah, this could be them looking to go out with a bit of a bang. But of course, then if we look points-wise, right, there are a few teams that are still in need of some points. So we are waiting to see NEXX, Brute Force, as well as, well, we can't see NEXX because they're not on the map now. But we want to see Brute Force, ONYX Ravens. We want to see them all step up and bring in that extra little bit of pressure, right? Bring in those points. Same can be said for Triple as well as the players coming through from W7, right? So those are the 4 teams currently towards the bottom of the leaderboard. We want to see if they can secure themselves any more points going through this match. I mean, the opportunity is there because they still have this match and then, of course, the last one, which is going to be over on Erangel. But here we go. The team's now starting to just wrap up their looting phase, starting to get those rotations sorted. NASR also about to cross the edge of zone. We're curious to see how far they are going to be rotating in. Are they going to be heading up in towards La Bendita potentially? Maybe heading towards the crater? Are they going to play for position around that area? Who knows? But of course the predictions coming through there. As you can see, R8, NIGMA, and Vision. So Cody was pretty accurate last season with their predictions. So let's see whether or not that is going to be the case. If we look back to what we had happen on our Game 4 in the previous season as well, this was the match in which we had Twisted Minds getting that winner chicken dinner. Right, they did so with 5 eliminations up. 15 points in total. Vision got 2nd place. So it wouldn't be all too surprising to see Vision or Twisted Minds look to replicate the same kind of performance. As we know, Vision, they've already secured themselves a chicken dinner today. So there's some high probability for that to be the case. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking here on towards NIGMA Galaxy and Triple. Coops and Co. Waiting to see what Bandar and the rest of the players here from Triple are going to be bringing in. They don't seem to be all too phased, instead looking to prioritize that zonal positioning. But they need to be careful because ARB, yeah, they are just up ahead. So NIGMA could maybe be rotating into a little bit of a mess here. Yep, the OG NIGMA team. There we go. And of course, looking at that zone, a very, very eastern positioning. A big chunk of zone also being with that water. But we've seen the zone when it moves into this position that it also sometimes kind of just yeets itself out of that, right? Pulling all the way back. Ooh, but it does stay over onto the coastline. And that is going to be absolutely challenging. I mean, those 2 islands also in play. We've not really seen a lot of that island utilization coming through. The team's not really having an opportunity to really make much of that positioning. But regardless, here we are. Right, so let's see as the rotations continue to move in. IKURD, Brute Force, ONYX Ravens. Still finding themselves outside of zone. The same, of course, can be said for the players coming through there from W7. Alright, so all the contention, right? The pressure, it's building. Jihad saying they are tired of seeing the zone. No, I love it because it's Impala, right? Impala is there. It's smack dab center zone. We got Vision, we got Conqueror, we got Triple, NIGMA, all just held within the vicinity. So it is going to be quite a bit of excitement coming through. Of course, over on towards the northern edge of zone, it's R8 Falcons and W7. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Prestige now. Trying to kick off the party. Show us what they can bring. Maybe lock in a few of those sprays. Of course, R8, they're not going to say no to a few points coming their way. As we know, coming into this match, sitting on a lovely 16-pointer. You'll see them up at the top of the screen there. Ooh, Kevin, though. Let's find Waleed. Walsh sitting on some nice damage there as well. But here we go. A lot of rotation work still coming through as the teams are not yet satisfied with their current positioning. Looking to bring in those improvements. Oh, but down goes Kevin. Dammy reaching from up high. Hey, buddy could come in with a bit of an upset of their own as well. Oh, this is such a beautiful positioning coming through here from Twisted. Hey, buddy, now in a world of trouble. That nade could find them. Ah, the sprays also do. That nade beautifully placed. Crypto on the money. Sending a buddy right on out. Absolutely amazing. Well freaking played, Krups. And that was a Krups. There it is. Right. Beautifully played. But of course now the zone does pull back a little bit, moving more on towards dry land. Right, we appreciate water, but, you know, it's pretty tough on the teams if they have to deal with so much of it. This is going to cause quite a bit of problems now, as you can see. Teams starting to push in, right? Conqueror, very, very centralized within the zone, so they are going to be contested on several fronts. Having to try and lock it down. It's a nice little bit of a preemptive play. As Conqueror look to get themselves situated. Yeah, not the easiest play to get up that hill, so Shaco is going to be having a bit of a tough run. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Discrim finding Staunch. And let's see if the rest of Vision are going to be doing the same onto NASR. So we got J7, we got J9 as well. Maybe that's a distant cousin. Who knows? Be interesting to have J7 and J9 actually battling it out, right? It will just be purely a numbers game at that point. But let's see as we move over on towards the Falcons and Brute Force. Oh, 8-0. About to get rushed. Up comes the mud. The nade at the ready. Where will it go? Is it going to find the point? Oh, Neos. Neos could be in trouble. At least for the time being, they do evade the nade. Oh, but the jump shot. Neo is now definitely in a lot of trouble, but a beautiful defensive position being held. Brute Force trying their utmost, but it will not suffice as they get taken on down. The first team to fall. Getting stripped out empty-handed. Now the pressure starts to build yet again. Twisted Minds sneaking in on the Falcons here. Could be a beautiful upset. As you can see, we only have two, right? Crypto, Dammy, much, much further away. A very unfortunate play there for the side of the Broody Fruities. But it is what it is. Oh, the same can be said here for R8 as RTG now starts to light it up. Kalaga capitalizing, getting a 2-for-1. Now all solely reliant on SK-Ton. Let's see whether or not R8 are going to be making it through this final push. Oh, here we go though. SK-Ton trying to get that vehicle. Oh, the sprays are in. Down they go. And R8 getting shift on out. Down they go. Well done. Not a single point to they name though. Oh, yeah, Cindy, they really needed you, hey? But in the meanwhile, as we look down towards the southern edge, it is going to be NIGMA now rotating on up towards the zone. Maybe going to be pulling up in towards the center. There's a beautiful, nice, big, huge warehouse for them to try and utilize and occupy. But instead, they could be looking to knock on the door here for NASR. Here we go. Oh, Rauf, what are you doing? Showing off with a vehicle out in the open. J7 on the money though. Woo! That was a hot one. Alright, here we go. The NASR now trying to defend. I mean, they've got so many teams just applying a lot of pressure to them. We've got CONQUEROR, we've got ONYX Ravens, we've got Triple, NIGMA, and potentially also Vision situated on high. Vision could be looking to capitalize on that 2020. Oh, unfortunate angle there for Coops as the shots come through. M249 though at that range. Absolutely insane. But now IKURD also just inching their way up in towards zones. You can see Aram looking for a bit of a position to move in towards. A lot of due diligence coming through here from the rest of the crews. We got Golden and Ali keeping it nice and steady. ONYX Ravens, we've not really had a lot come through from them. I mean, they've not had a single point awarded to them in this game so far. But here we go, the push is going to come in though. Triple, oh, getting met there as Vision capitalizes on that beautiful elevation angle. Saleh and the rest of the crew now just keeping it nice and quiet. IKURD now paying the price. A little bit of a late rotation, also moving into a highly contested and occupied position. Oh, Osama also reaching in from behind. I think ARB champions are definitely going to be a team to watch. Definitely think that they are going to be a major team to watch. I mean, I'm hoping at least for their end that for their part rather, that they can maintain this aggressive consistency all the way through, you know, especially this first phase. But speaking of phases, AZ will get phased out. As we can see, the GANGSTERS finding a bit of an opportunity there. Zone getting ready to pop. Falcons nice and quiet up north, but now they have to start trekking because they've got a lot of ground to cover. Of course, there could be a nice bit of a vacancy for them to move into. You can see a few shacks along the way. But maybe they could be opting for a bit of a rotation towards Twisted Minds. In the meanwhile, it is going to be RTG and GEEKAY finding each other out in the open. But here we go, the push is there. RTG trying to rely on that ridge. Kalaga very isolated from the rest of the crew, but Santa and Hope now could be in quite a bit of trouble. Right, here we go. Come on. Oh! Kalaga could get it. Only Santa left for the side of GEEKAY. This could be a serious case of the knock-knocks coming through. Oh, but look at this. ONYX Ravens and IKURD now also getting into a bit of a tussle as the sprays continue to fly all over the place. Saleh and R now holding steady. Oh, up comes the ARV champions. IKURD though gets shipped out. Down they go. 14th place it is. 13 teams remain, but in a very heavily contested and congested zone. But here we go. It's all going to come down to these final few pushes to see who's going to be the one to survive all the way to the very end. The teams are now relying on that zone. Oh, here we go. Come on, NASR. Come on, NASR. Oh! Ricard! Oh. The MG just ripping it up. Such a challenging weapon to push on. Xenox now experiencing that first hand coming through with the UMP. Ricard now switching over to the Scar L. Is that gonna work? Oh, M4 versus Scar L. Very similar weapons, but also so different. Lath now cooking up a nade. Will it find anything there? No, unfortunately not. But NASR relying on Xenox. Xenox now seriously having to get themselves patched up. They don't have a lot of meds at their disposal. Meanwhile, you can see several teams now out in that open field, also finding themselves in a bit of a challenging position. As the blue zone is closing up, it is going to force the hand of so many teams. We still have 13 left. NIGMA Galaxy now being blessed with a very centered positioning. But of course, it is not going to end there, right? A lot of the teams still on the outlying regions having to fight their way back into the middle. But here we go. Ricard finds Xenox and down they go. Vision now having to do quite a bit of trekking as we can see them up on that mini-map, getting ready to move. W7 also just hugging the edge of that eastern zone. Crypto though finds Scoops and down they go. RTG. They get the hold of Santa and down goes the entirety of GEEKAY. Vision now just sneaking up into the zone. Interesting position. Hero now going to be making a run for it as well. As you can see them just coming off in the distance there. Oh, but a very challenging play. Right in and amongst everyone surrounding that angle. And here we have a triple Vision on the defensive. Twisted rushing up on the Falcons. Looking for a bit of an opportunity. Oh, Evo Station with the devastation. Oh, down they go. Salam repays their kindness and finds quite a bit of lead getting sent over into them. Now Crypto is still hanging around on the outskirts, just on the edge. Are they going to be able to make anything happen at this point? Oh, this is a very tough play now for Crypto. Yep, there we go. We say goodbye to the Gangsters, getting shipped out with 2 points up. NIGMA still holding on to center zone. Falcons, though, going to try and defend their honor. Ooh, as they are going to get tested, though. Crypto gets found, and down they go. Just in mind, settling for 10th. 9 teams remain. Arab Golden. Oh, Arab Golden. Arab Champions, the ARB Champions, and ONYX Ravens. Oh, trying to fight this one out. I mean, this is a very bold position here from Ricard to be holding a 1v4. It's not going to be an easy fight, but there's still enough teams held in the vicinity to maybe come through with a bit of a third-party opportunity. The bounce is out. Ricard does not get the hit. Oh, the rush is there. Ricard finds the first. Will they get even more? Oh, the sneaky angles. The sneaky angles. Get it. Come on. Oh, M4. Ricard making the wise switch. S12K. M4. That is a beautiful loadout coming through there as well. The ARB Champions now trying to still keep it under lockdown. Meanwhile, the zone has shifted up in favor of NIGMA and RTG. So all the teams now positioned in Impala. They need to get their butts out of there and get themselves positioned. Ricard left with 35 rounds. That's going to disappear in a brief blink of an eye. And especially getting rushed by a full squad. ONYX Ravens securing their 5th elimination, sending the ARB Champions out with 2 elims up. W7, they've not found a single point. And they are down to 2. You can see Hero and GEEKAY just holding on the edge. Meanwhile, Vision, they're going to try and make a play for that winner chicken dinner. But RTG and Falcons on a bit of a runaway performance here, sitting on 7 elims apiece. So ONYX now getting spotted out as they are looking to push up from that far southern edge. You got Conqueror, Vision, Triple, all of those teams to worry about. This is not going to be a straightforward rotation. You can hear a lot of carnage. Coops though secures a hit. There goes J9. Let's see what the result will be. Well, carnage as Saif goes down. Vision now making a run for it. TP just hitting a rock. Ooh, cheeky trade. Down goes Volt though. Salam sneaking in from behind. It is upset upon upset. Vision will not have that winner chicken dinner. Instead, it is going to go to someone else. Who will be the one to get it though? Give your predictions. We've got only 6 teams left. And we are in that 7th zone. An absolute bombardment now raining down on the side here of W7 as Hero, well, needs to be the hero for the squad. Groups and Co. Finding a few more trades. But as you can see, RTG, they just drove in the final few nails into the side there of Conqueror Iraq. As they will have to settle for 5th place. Now Falcons still winging it, holding on to a full 4-piece. Pushing in from the edge. RTG also then sitting on a full 4-piece. But RTG trying to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. Rio finds Freak. 1 down. 2 more to go. As it's now up to Lord and Coops. On the defensive side here for NIGMA Galaxy. RTG, oh, could be well within reach of those utilities. But of course, Lord, well, not only do they have the one team to worry about, but all the others held around them. And here we go. Never alone. Already sitting up on 10 eliminations for the squad. A very healthy contribution coming in from all the players here. Hero yet to find some success. I mean, W7 coming into this match with a few points on the board. Again, not the craziest amount of points that they've ever had. Starting off with 2. But there's a lot of pressure. RTG though, sitting on 14 eliminations. Who's going to be the one to pick it up though? Now the pressure comes through. It is going to be Rio meeting Damar. With a beautiful Mach 14 spray. I don't know if that is on auto, but it's definitely causing quite a bit of damage. Oh, come on. There we go. Coops gets Hero. Oh, pushing on. Coops can close it up all the way. Lord now being brought onto their knees. And Rio again with the rest of the RTG crew. Just pushing on forward. The pressure is on Falcons. Potentially up to a 2-piece, as we can see. Those numbers starting to climb. Sitting on 11. RTG on 17 elims. And here we go. Blue zone is going to be closing up. It is 9th phase. Salam needs to try and out-heal the blue. But RTG not going to allow them to get in. Oh, there we go. The shot is in. Pablo goes down. Salam gets absolutely obliterated. Devoured by the blue. And RTG walking away victorious. Holding on to that glorious winner chicken dinner. Well, that is the road to glory. But of course, being in their 3rd winner chicken dinner in league stage this year in PMPL. So absolutely phenomenal performance coming through there RTG, their first one on the books. Oof, that was glorious. Absolutely glorious. But yes, we are going to close up the lovely jam tunes in the background as we are going to be moving in. Now, 4 maps done and dusted. The final Miramar of the day has been played. The teams, of course, stepping up with an absolutely phenomenal plays across the board. You got to commend it. You got to commend the performances, though. Absolutely amazing stuff. But of course, well, we need to see what the point situation is. We need to see how many points the teams were able to secure and how that then impacts our overall standings. Right, so we'll be getting into that in a brief moment. So yeah, we'll just wait for that one to pop up on the screen. But in the meantime, I mean, Vision, they tried, right? They tried really, really hard to get themselves up into that play. But it's a good approach, especially looking at RTG. I mean, last season, earlier in the year, in the spring split, RTG, they got sent out with 1 elimination, right? That was it. That was it. That's all they got, right? This time around, it's a completely different play. 18 eliminations. I mean, that is absolutely insane. They got 27 points more in this match. Again, game number 4, in comparison to the previous day 1, game number 4 they played back in the spring season. So RTG definitely bring in a major improvement. What's up, Cindy? Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yes, you gotta love these the progression these teams are bringing in. Of course, also Twisted Minds, or Falcons rather, bringing in also a big step up. Last season, they finished on 10 points. They were sat in 5th place. This time, they take 2nd with 17. And of course, unfortunately, the Broody Fruities, well, yes, they follow suit with R8 IKURD. And then, of course, well, I believe that was GEEKAY. They're with them, having a very unfortunate run with regards to those points. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? But the nice thing to think of is at least, you know, it's early days. So, you know, the teams can bring in whatever it is they need to do. Still a lot of room for adjustments to come through. But you got to commend ARB. I mean, Ricard being forced into a 1v4, getting rushed, and still not backing out of the engagement. You know, a lot of respect going out for that. W7, they also tried, right? They tried really, really hard. It went the way it went, and it is what it is. But of course, RTG, again, just capitalizing, turning up so aggressively. Coops with a beautiful spray on that one. But yes, we still have 1 more match to go. Right, this is Miramar. Next up is going to be the lovely Erangel, right? The bread and butter of PUBG. Now, speaking about bread and butter, RTG had their bread buttered on both sides. You can see 2,810 damage getting delivered there. 18 eliminations coming out of it. But the strongest conversion rate has been brought in by the Falcons. 11 eliminations out of 1,800 damage. So well done to either side. Of course, Vision doing a bucket load of damage as well. As you can see, 1,858 damage dealt. That is very impressive. That is a lot of carnage. The same can be said there for CONQUEROR as well as the ARB champions. So well done. The bread of PUBG. Yes, the bread and butter. Right? You're going to have your bread buttered on both sides as well. Speaking about that as well, again, it is going to be Kalaga coming through, taking the most elims and the most damage with Dika from W7, securing those 2 grenade finishes. J9 yet to face off against J7. Right, 390 meter hit. And the Yakuza with some great distance travel there. It's good to see W7 also then being represented over right here. It is looking pretty good and tasty. But of course, now they need to push through into that next bit, right? They need to step up in the final match of the day. Now, as we know, right, this final match, the one that we just watched, was the last game for the players in Group A, right? So, the ARB champions, CONQUEROR Iraq, as well as NASR and Vision. It's a wrap, right? They've played their 4 matches for the day. So we are going to be looking at the players from KR-E-SPORTS next, as well as Quest and Sly Machine joining us for the last match of the day. So far, it's been an absolutely exciting day. So much action, very sweaty plays across the board. Of course, a few challenging zones being presented to the teams as well. But that is what we love to see at the end of the day, right? The teams really having to be quite dynamic as to how they take on these games. But, yeah, let me know what your thoughts are. Hit me up in the chat, all right? I can see the chat going absolutely crazy. A lot of people talking about things, right? But speaking about things, right? Let's take a look at even more things, right? We are going to be hopping into this right here, the overall standings. It is going to be RTG having an absolutely glorious play, sitting up on 42 points with that lovely winner chicken dinner, followed by 10 points 10 points behind them rather, from Team Falcons. Then we move a little bit further down, 3 points to ARB Champions, 4 points down from that division, and then it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, all the way to that GK position. Right, so really good performances so far. I mean, not the craziest that we've seen, right? We've been blessed with some pretty insane performances from a lot of these teams in the previous season. So we are going to be waiting in anticipation to see at which point these teams will be looking to deliver on that once again. I mean, ONYX Ravens, also one of those teams that we are yet to see another phenomenal performance, a strong push coming through on their end, right? Speaking of ONYX Ravens, I mean, the previous season, they finished all the way in the first phase. In the previous season, they finished in a slightly different position from where we have them right now, right? After the first day, they actually closed up the position all the way in towards, I believe, 13. So there's still a bit of room. There's still a bit of room, right? Maybe 3 more slots to jump up towards. But yeah, the teams are going to be looking to bring it all down to the last match, right? Game number 5. I almost said 4. 5. 5. Game number 5, right? That is where it's all going to be on. It is going to be Erangel, and the teams are loading in, so it means that they are warming up the plane, checking all the seatbelts, ensuring that all the trays are in their upright position, and also that the armrests are securely fastened down and nothing's in the way, because somehow that apparently blocks something for some reason, right? Who knows? But either which way, ensure that you have your windows open as well, right? It's very important. But in the meantime, give me your predictions. Let me know where you think the flight path and zone is going to be going for this final match of the day. And also, if you want to be bold, give me your prediction. Who do you think is going to be the team to take the winner chicken dinner, right? Who's going to get the last chicken up for grabs on day number 1? We are going to be finding out very, very soon, as we are just getting ready to move on in. I see a few more messages coming through here. Nothing addressed to me, so it's fine. And of course, speaking of which, we are going to be heading on in. So we'll start up with the slow chill jams. And once you hear the noise, you know what's coming. It is butter time. Speaking of which, here we go. It is flight path action time. So we are going to be starting down on that southeastern side. As you can see, the lovely Novorepnoya down below. There's the name. And we are going to be heading on across, just inching our way past, heading all the way over towards the lovely, lovely Saverni. Moise. That's why I said, if you're feeling bold, right, predict now. Or forever wait until the zone is revealed, right? Speaking of which, though, where do you think the zone is going to be going? Right, drop your predictions. Cindy saying Stolbert to military base. Well, it's the other way around, but you were pretty close, Cindy. Well done on that one. Let's see where the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, and of course where that first initial zone is going to be dropping. And we are just loading up all the action here. That is what's happening. Of course, Twisted now going to be the first team down, dropping over in towards, well, Novorepnoya. So they're going to have that whole entire Billy base to themselves. A Gutka Pachinki zone. Ooh. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. They're just waiting for that zone to pop. Ooh, there we go. The zone is going to be sitting up in the northwest. Northeast. Northeast. There we go. So not exactly Gutka Pachinki zone. I mean, Pachinki is also kind of not even in the zone. So, you know, if you said Yasnaya, Polyana, that would have been right on the money. Muhammad also coming through saying Gutka. Cindy saying Pachinki. Yeah, no, it's not. Unfortunate, hey? Hey? It is what it is. Yeah, nice try though. I mean, you know, your guess is as good as mine. But now, it is all going to come down to how the teams are going to be looking to play this one out. Falcons and, of course, the players there from next situated up into Jasnaya Polyana. We're going to have a little bit of pressure coming through on that end. Of course, now looking out into the open fields here, down towards the close to the coastline. It's going to be RTG and the side of Quest. Are they going to be on a mission? Ooh, here we go. Kante looking to get it in. Kalaga. Oh, Alhaji. Come on. Ooh, nice spray. As easy goes down. A little bit of that, I almost said badger, but that's not the badger, is it? And well, that one's that's the Uzi. But the other one. Ooh, M24. Alhaji. What you got cooking for us? Oh, carnage. That is exactly what Alhaji has got cooking. Look at the cheeky play. Alhaji with the M24 up close. I mean, what even is that? Oh, but well done. Of course, now they are going to be pushing in. Up comes Kante and Mon. Looking to knock on the door here. Ooh, come on. Get it. Get it. RTG just on the opposite end. The nades are in. Alhaji doesn't need any introduction. All they need is an AK and an M24 and they will rip it up. Alhaji already sitting on 2 eliminations. Rio super low on health though. Finds a beautiful hit onto Mon. But Mon somehow survives. Alhaji sneaks in from behind and down they go. Oh, amazing. Groza now doing what they can. Right, you gotta survive. You gotta try and do whatever you can find. Of course, I mean, Fairy Pier is, you know, as good of a hiding spot as you can find at this point, but curious to see what is going to happen up in towards School Rozok, as we've got GEEKAY and KR. Well, currently positioned over there, and of course in Yasnaya, where we've got Falcons and Next. Alright, here we go. Slime Machine, of course, they are going to be making their way through the lovely Malta. Uncontested, undisturbed, and maybe undivided. Who knows? Of course, then we got the Broody Fruities up in Saverni. We are yet to see Brute Force having a good run. Right, so far the day has been proving to be quite challenging. RTG already collected points. Yes, they got a 1. Ooh. Ooh, next now. Trying to find the Falcons. But you gotta watch out, right? We know what the Falcons can do. We are yet to see what Next can do. I mean, I think Dexter is the only name that I recognize out of this team, right? I haven't seen all that much from Othman, Mexico, or Nawaf. So, you know, I'm open to surprises. Let's get it. See now, Never Alone showing us how one does secure the UAZ. Right, making sure that it doesn't run anywhere. It's just holding its position nice and steadily. Now Falcons starting to move up. Where they gotta go? We got KR. Oh, close to mansion. Oh, this could be interesting. This could be interesting. We got Besiktas. And the rest of the crew holding steady vigors. Hassan, everyone are just looking to reinforce the angles. But next X. Up in Yasnaya, Poliana. Could still find a player onto the Falcons there. Here we go. Oh, KR Hassan. Oh. That's a lovely sound coming through from that vehicle, Hassan. Please do that again. In the meanwhile, we are going to be moving on towards the Falcons, who are now looking to find a new nest elsewhere. as they are heading into the compounds here. W7 also now making that long, arduous trek all the way back to the zone. They're not the only team to do that, right? We've got the Gangsters, we've got R8, we've got the players then from the side of ONYX Ravens, as well as Quest, all situated still towards that western side. NIGMA Galaxy are currently holding on to the lovely Pachinki. And of course, Twisted Minds, still just a big chillin' down in that blue zone, up in the Millie base. Or the Millie Island, rather. Ooh, look at that, though. Attacker rushing in on Golden. What an opportunity, but down they go. Unknown also then falls, and it's now up to Falsh. Or Fashe. I can see if they can maybe rest the rest of the team. We got 13 and Ali now making a run. Very unfortunate turn of events coming through here for the side of IKURD, as they've been reduced down to 2. Meanwhile, ONYX Ravens, Lath and R pushing on through as well. The rest of the crew just moving up behind them, taking a quick little bit of a pit stop, but they can't do that for much longer, as the blue zone is going to be forcing their hand, and quite a bit of vacancy though, up on towards the northern edge of zone. Triple also having a nice little bit of tranquility towards that southern edge, but it could be short-lived, as we can see the players there from Twisted now on the approach in the zone. Oof. This is going to be absolutely brutal, as the zone centers up on towards the mansion area. Of course, Gatka. Oh yeah, yes, Naya. Now going to be a very, very sweaty position to try and deal with. But if you are a team like Sly or IKURD positioned over towards that more eastern side, I mean, I think that could be a good spot to evade a majority of the carnage and the pressure that could be coming through in a position like Asnaya Polyana. But here we have it now. NIGMA also on the roll. I mean, it does seem like they are looking to make a little bit more of a southern rotation. I think they could actually be looking to rotate around in towards Lipovka. I mean, if they do that, that could be quite a bit of a jump surprise coming through onto the side there of the Slime Machine. So we'll see if they are going to be committing to that, or maybe they could be looking to make a bit of a pit stop over towards Prison. So Moise, the answer to your question, according to what I can see, is ARB champions. But either which way, the ARB champions, well, they're not here right now, right? They've played their 4 games, and it's now up to the remaining 16 teams to show us what they've got. Falcons, I think this is a nice position for them, especially towards that more eastern side. Just on the outskirts of Yasnaya. Sly also keeping it nice and quiet. R8 though, and the Gangsters just out there sipping on some blue juice. You can see them just tanking some damage. RTG also tanking on some damage, but I'm not quite sure where exactly they're tanking on it, because as far as I know, oh yeah, no, they're out in the blue. They are out in the blue. It is Groza trying to rotate up. W7 also tanking, but they are just about to get themselves fully secured. There we go. Right as I say that, they move into the compounds, and the zone does shift up a little bit, right? They just got ahead of that blue, but now they got to keep on moving, as we are about to hit phase number 3. Hey, we got CR7 coming through as well with a bit of a prediction there, or shout out rather, to NIGMA Galaxy. You can see them now, or NXG. Sure, it was probably meant to be NGX. Either which way it works, because they are about to face off against the side there of Quest, potentially. As you can see, both teams now just still rotating and looking to get themselves situated. But of course, Groza, ooh, could be running into Mon, could be running into quite a bit of a problem. So let's see if RTG will survive this one. Meanwhile, the zone has shifted further on towards the eastern side. So Mansion is going to be the place to be. Right, we got Triple, we got Sly. Very, very centralized within that zone. Alright, so here we go. Quick replay in case you missed it. Slide attacker rushing in. Yeah, there we go. You know, gotta say they were pretty sly. Or maybe pretty fly. I don't know which one. Take either of those. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Quest now. Getting absolutely bombarded here. It's down to Al-Hajj to try and hold on. Oh, here we go. This could be result. This could be result. Yes. Oh, but so many hits coming through. KR playing a bit of a dirty game there off the edge. Coming through with those third-party utilizations. But again, Bandar also on point. That is going to be Mon right out of there. Al-Hajj is still going to be trying to get the res up and on towards Kante, but the shots continue to fly on through. Triple just can't seem to reach into the side there of Quest. Alright, here we go. Al-Hajj now trying to bring in a little bit of a retaliation, a bit of a response. They do find Bandar. Now they still have to find Result, Emad, and Dam. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Al-Hajj very emboldened by the success they've had so far. But will it result in what they are looking for? Triple now making it very, very challenging for the side of Quest. Also got to respect the angle being held there by KR. I mean, just such a trippy position. Oh, but now Falcons. Ooh, easy claps onto the side of W7. I don't see W7 getting out of this in one piece. I mean, they caught in the bowl. They are absolutely encircled. They got KR, they got Falcons. And of course, GEEKAY as well. So you want to talk about a sweaty spot? That is exactly that. And of course, there we have it. Triple. Now locking it in. And with that, they take out Quest, who gets sent back with 3 elims. That is our first team to fall. And that only happens in the 4th zone. Wow. Alright, so it can still go either which way. So you guys want to give predictions as to who you think is going to be taking that winner chicken dinner, right? Take a wild guess and let me know, because the teams are just bringing in so many upsets. GEEKAY now also going to be rushing in here, looking to knock on the door, jumping in on KR, and down they go. GEEKAY finding 2. Still gonna try and deal with the rest. Oh, I only found 1. Never mind. Ragnar in the meanwhile will get exchange. Up comes Santa and Gaith looking to rush on forward. Oh, there we go. Vigor still just flying on down. Hassan holding steady, but out comes the mollies, the utilities, everything raining down on them. KR just absolutely ripping it up. Alright, NIGMA having a nice little bit of tranquility over on towards that eastern side. They've spotted out IKURD, now looking to apply the pressure. But IKURD, as you can see, they've already started to split up. Now opting for a 1-1 split here. Trying to potentially divide and conquer. But it's going to be a 2v4. With NIGMA having the upper hand. Definitely having the numbers advantage as well. This could be a big trap that IKURD is looking to set up for them, as they are going to be making just a slight push further in towards the zone. They need to be careful though. We've got Slime Machine also just positioned off in the distance. NIGMA now seem a little bit confused, right? They don't know where IKURD just disappeared to all of a sudden. In the meanwhile, Falcons now pushing in. W7. Ooh. Looking to capitalize, but instead the shots come through as Yakuza goes right on down. A little bit of a DBS to the face. Let's see what Walid can do at this point. trying to trade their way on through. Pablo, nice and concise with the sprays there. Oh, the utility, this could end it right there for them. But of course, the pain, the thorn in the side coming through from KR as they look to sneak on in. Brute Force in the meanwhile will be backing up the side there of NYGMA Esports as they get sent on their merry way. But look at Pablo now continuing to push in. It is Hero that goes on down. Oh, Waleed, the last one left. The spray is there and Damar secures it. Falcons securing their 4th elimination. Down to the final 11 we go. You can see a nice little bit of a divide coming between the east and the west, but a bigger concentration of teams now situated on this western front. KR-E-SPORTS looking to pick it up as they now take aim at the Falcons as well as the team from Triple. Triple not going to be backing off here. Coming in with that 3-piece. Oh, instead actually a 4-piece. Oh, beautiful nade coming in from Emad. One player standing between them and even more eliminations. And there we go. Triple now looking to wipe the floor. But of course, Vegas. Oh, down they go. Triple reigning supreme. KR-E-SPORTS getting dealt with. Out they go. 5 elims to their name. Triple now looking to patch themselves back up before moving onwards. They are going to be looking to make a dash for that southern edge, and it's a very safe play. I mean, they know that because they've already cleared it out. Now it's going to be R8 pushing in on the ONYX Ravens. Up comes Saleh with the defensive play, but unfortunately, Ida and the rest of R8 get the better angle. The timing working out in their favor, and R8 still holding on to a full 4-piece. As we look over on towards the northeastern side, is going to be NIGMA trying to leverage their position towards the gangsters. Down goes A-Buddy. Coops, Rauf, Lord still on their feet. Oh, but Kevin locks it in and down they go. Gangsters getting said good night to as they are shipped out in 9th place. Not a single point to their name. Down to the final 8 teams we are. Slime Machine, Falcons close to center zone. IKURD also in a very similar kind of position. But it does seem like Sly are going to be looking to apply a bit of pressure on that angle. Meanwhile, Twisted inching their way on forward. AZ. Oh, shouting at the side there of NIGMA. Up in them Hooters. And then, of course, Crypto just welcoming them in with open barrels. Oh, beautiful claps on that one. It's now down to Freak for NIGMA. IKURD also getting caught in the crosshairs. Crypto already finding 2 eliminations. Are they going to be able to lock in even more? Twisted, it seems like they've gotten a bit of a second breath, right? Have more life now. Breathe into them. Meanwhile, it's going to be Freak. Oh, trying to make a last-ditch effort here. Out comes the utility. Is it going to find anything? No. It finds nothing but air. And that is NIGMA down in 8th. Falcons going to be holding on to the bowl. As Brute Force are looking for a bit of soup. Are they going to find it though? Gotta watch out there for Triple as well as we've got Result moving in from that southern edge. See them up on the mini-map. The rest of the Triple team. Dam and Bandar said going to be looking to at least secure something towards the south. R8 now down to Ragnar as we can see up on the northern edge, but up comes Ador moving in on the Falcons. Oh, and they get kicked out of the nest. It's now down to Pablo. Already super low on their health bar. This could be an easy play now for the side of Brute Force. At least secure the western edge of zone. Crypto also now getting dealt with. Slowly we see players falling all over the place. Oh, Pablo, down they go. Broody Fruities rising up yet again. 9 elims to their name. Falcons getting sent out with 6. Of course, Twisted now coming in from that southeastern side. Bandar very separated from the rest of the Triple squad here. But that could maybe be the strategy that they are looking to play towards. Brute Force doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Currently leading with regards to the aggression, sitting on those 9 lovely eliminations. Twisted also trying to find a little bit of something, but up comes Triple. Oh, damn, flying, just twirling all over the place. Doing a very acrobatic dismount of that vehicle. Now rushing in, getting the sprays, utilizing that vehicle as hard cover, but of course they have Crypto to go up against. Oh, down goes Crypto. Damn, coming through with the hits. And now Evo Station, the final hopeful left for the side there of Twisted Minds. But they're not going to sit around and wait for something to come their way. Instead, they start to rotate forward. Now Triple. Ooh! What? Damn! That's why Damn is called Damn. I get it. I get it. It makes sense. That's why Damn is called Damn. Because, damn, that was crazy. IKURD now also still holding on to the 2-piece. The Broody Fruity is on a 3-piece. And Sly, the only team with a full squad. But they are very, very close to each other. A very huddled up position. So let's see. Are they going to be able to utilize that, right? Are they going to be able to really put it to good use? Brute Force, slow, steady approach, pushing in from the western front. They know that there's got to be some movement up in that compound. Ragnarok also now very isolated. Not going to have a good time rotating out. At least they are secure with this blue zone closure. They don't have to worry about that coming through. Well, I mean, unless Ali, of course, has something to say about it. And instead, they go down. R8. 5th place, 3 elims up. 4 teams now remain. Brute Force sitting on 10 elims. We got Slime Machine sitting on 4. Triple, though. Well, as you can see there, if you take the what their name suggests and you triple it, right? It puts them on 9. Thanks, boys. Have a good night. See you back tomorrow. In the meanwhile, we'll look on as Brute Force. Oh, find a bit of a play there onto Wood Dam. Here we go. 4 teams left. 10 players surviving. A 4v3 v2 v1. Right, that is the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. So you want to make a prediction for that winner winner chicken dinner? Now would be the time to get it. Let me know, who do you think is going to reign supreme? Who will find that final winner winner chicken dinner of the day? Sly looking pretty confident. They've got hard cover. They've got numbers. But will they need more than that? We don't know. We're going to find out very, very soon. Meanwhile, curious to see where Brute Force are going to be looking to move towards, as they are yet to push the zone. They don't have a foothold. They have no anchor point. They've got nothing. All they have is their hopes and dreams. But here they go, making a mad dash, moving forward. Oh, nice angle here from Dam. 2 for 1. It's going to be 3 for 1. Come on, so close. Just about to get it. Oh, wow. Damn. Yep, that's it. Damn, that's the name. That's the name we're going for. Damn, that was impressive. 7 elims, 12 in total for Triple. A 1v3. Insane performance. Of course, now Sly holding still very steady with their 4-piece. Each player sitting with elimination, and all it takes is Aram to send a nade over. And that is the end of Triple. Down to the final 2 teams we go. Alright, so 13 also trying to see if they can maybe get a little bit of cooking going here. Maybe Aram could get a little bit of that, a little bit of their own medicine repaid to them. But as you can see, Slime Machine, they have a different plan in mind. They are going to focus on that shock and awe approach, right? They just want to full send it in. They want to try and see what they can get. But down goes Aram. Now down to Ali. We saw what happened last time when it was a 1v4. Ali trying to send out the nade. Oh, trying to get out of dodge. Bam, bam, bam. Flashy. Hitting it up. Down they go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing play. Slime Machine just locking it in, doing an absolutely stand-up job. What a performance that was. Wowzers. Alright, so there we go. We are going to be listening to some chill tunes, but we'll just mute it because we know we're going to hear some other voices coming in. And I'm not that good at playing ventriloquist, but either which way, absolutely phenomenal play coming through from Slime Machine. Insane performance, great utilization of that space, and of course, as we know, right, looking back at the previous phase 1 that we had, round about this point, Slime Machine, they were sitting in 2nd place, right, all the way back in the spring season, had an absolutely phenomenal run, but you got to commend them, you got to give it to them, right, commend the performance that they brought in this very last match. Absolutely fantastic play. But what a way to close it off. Game number 5, done and dusted. We, of course, still need to take a look and see where the teams find themselves with regards to those points. And, yeah, absolutely amazing. So, yeah, last day 1 that we had. Sly didn't have a single chicken dinner. But they do now, right? We've got a bit of a chicken dinner. We had a bit of a chicken dinner on screen as well, but let's take a look at those leaderboards. Of course, this is the match points. It is going to be 17 points going over to the side there of Triple. Slime Machine, even though they got that winner chicken dinner, they were surpassed by Triple, right? Triple just doubling down on the effort there, securing themselves a glorious finish. And of course, we also saw the 10 eliminations getting sent across there as well. Those 10 elims, of course, going over to the side of Brute Force. Now, if we look at the last page, it is ONYX, W7, and NEXX. Unfortunately, oh, that was just, by damn, I mean, that was a really, really good play. 1, 2, 3. Bop, bop, bop. Ah, effortless. And then, of course, Aram did what Aram did. Boop. Oh, but you know, that is the beauty of PUBG. The teams just keep on bringing these upsets through all over the place. Nice effort there by Ali, you know, trying to send out that nade preemptively in the hope that someone was going to run into it, but unfortunately that was not the case. And of course, some very high damage numbers coming through from our top 5 teams here. As you can see, Brute Force though coming in with the highest conversion rate, right? 10 elims out of 1500 damage, but the Triple team definitely running away with regards to eliminations and the damage as well. So well done to them. I mean, that was a super impressive performance, especially looking at the sheer aggression that we had. So the Falcons, Sly, KR, as well as Brute Force, and then of course the players coming through from the side there of Triple. A very impressive performance that they brought to us here right on Erangel. But of course, we are going to be taking a look at the overall standings as well to get a good idea as to what the conclusion is, right? The conclusion of day number 1 is, so far, I'm going to say, some very sweaty action all over the place. I mean, these teams really stepping up. And this makes me so excited to see what the fall season is going to bring, because already there is such a vast contrast to what we had coming through from the previous season, right? But speaking about contrasts, let's take a look at our maps, right? In case you forgot who got all the winner chicken dinners today. The first one went to Quest, then it went to Vision, then GEEKAY, then RTG, and of course the players from the Slime Machine, as we just saw. But the biggest chicken went to the side of RTG, right? Biggest damage, and of course the most eliminations. 18 elimination chicken dinner. Absolutely insane. So that is kind of the standard, the precedent, the bar, right? Being laid by the road to glory. And from what we've seen in previous seasons, hitting the 18 number with regards to elims is not an easy feat, right? It is going to be a pretty tough one. But of course, as we know, the teams are going to be looking to bring in the upsets all over the place, bring in as many upsets as they can potentially possibly find, right? So we are going to be looking to see what will be coming up next. So yeah, we are going to be taking a look at our overall rankings, as well as our MVP of the day. So if you've got any suggestion as to who you think our MVP of the day is, be sure to let us know in the chat, right? Just hit the message and hit send, and then we'll see, right? Maybe you are right on the money. Maybe you're not. I'm not even going to try. I mean, even though I watched all the games, as you did, right? Either which way, we'll see where this is going to be taking us. But of course, now it is going to be that wait right? So if you got any predictions for MVP, well, time's up because the MVP is going to be Pablo coming through from the side there of Team Falcons, picking up 2,296 damage, 14 eliminations, and a very impressive average survival time. So well played to Pablo, seeding the show here for the day. I mean, Falcons in general also performed quite well. Almost said where they placed, but I can't do that just yet. But we know coming into this last match, Falcons were sitting on a glorious 32 points. So that all makes sense, right? Seeing that kind of performance come through from the side of Pablo. And I mean, 14 eliminations, that's quite a bit, right? Out of only 4 games. Very, very impressive. But we are going to be looking to see how that will carry forward moving into the remaining days. Of course, also our first 2 days are going to be those 2 exciting days. Speaking about excitement, it is time for leaderboards. As we can see, RTG, Road to Glory, sitting right up in a very comfortable position on the top there. 43 points, 4 points ahead of Team Falcons. Now, this is quite interesting because for Team Falcons, this is a very familiar kind of position that they found themselves in, right? You know, locking in an impressive amount of points. I mean, last season, around about this point, they were sat in 7th, so having that increase really looks good for them. Of course, we did see the players from NIGMA also then on that first page. Brute Force, though, last season they were in 3rd place at the end of the first day. This time around, we see them sat in 15th with only 19 points. Now, that is quite a bit of a surprise, but you know what? It's a new season, new opportunities, and a lot of chances for teams to bring in upsets. And yes, I know chances and opportunities are essentially the same thing, but it is what it is, right? I said what I said. So we'll see what the teams are going to be doing in the remaining days, at least for this first phase. But so far, day 1, amazing. Amazing, amazing. The team's really doing so much work, and we love to see that happen. But of course, now we've taken a look at our overall standings. We've taken a look at our MVP. We've seen the top damage. We've seen the map rankings. And there's not much else for us to discuss here for today, right? I mean, day 1, still looking at the teams, you know, trying to get a good assessment of as to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Normally, day 1, we have a very aggressive showing coming through from some teams. Around about day 2, day 3, that's where things start to change, where a few of the other teams really start finding that rhythm, finding that flow, and of course, showing a lot more confidence as they move through the battlefield. Not that any of them are really lacking on anything, but either which way, I'm really hoping that tomorrow as we move in, that we are going to be seeing an improvement coming through from the teams that are situated a little bit further down that leaderboard. And of course, with that, I'm referring to the players from W7 as well as NEXT, right? They had a few good opportunities today. Didn't exactly go according to plan, but you know, it's just the first day, right? Hopefully day 2 and onwards, we'll see that improvement come through, because I'm really excited to see what W7 and NEXT can bring it to the battlefield. We've already seen the ARB champions do their thing. I mean, KR-E-SPORTS, they were just absolutely insane today, finishing off with 24 eliminations and only 3 placement points, right? That is pretty dang impressive. So well done to them as well. And yeah, those are our 3 new teams that we've got. So a lot of opportunity for new teams. Sorry, I can't count. A lot of opportunities for these improvements to come in, and of course, we're looking forward to all the surprises. But I think on that, of course, yeah, that is going to be it from my end, pretty much, right? So thank you so much for everyone. We are going to be just waiting for those final highlight recaps to come in. But on that note, we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. Same time, same place, and even more PUBG Mobile action. So until then, right, remember, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later. So let's enjoy a little bit of memory, and then, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. So bye for now. I thought there was music or something was going to be playing, but it doesn't seem like that is the case right now. So I'll just continue to talk a little bit more, right? we gotta give Damn though. Damn, that last performance, that was amazing, right? I just needed to say that because you know what? Here we go.